Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, and it is a Fireball Hot Take Friday. We have with us the chairman of the board today, David Reed. David Reed, hello, how are you?
Happy Friday to you, Jared.
Happy Fireball Hot Take Friday to you, Reed. And I have to ask you a question right off the jump. Because as you said yesterday in the program, you are a Tennessee Volunteer season ticket holder. So as of yesterday, we learned that Nico Iamaleava wanted $2 extra million a year. He feels like he's not being taken care of, I guess, as far as NIL is concerned from Tennessee. Now, he got $2 million a year to sit on the bench and do nothing his first year. And then he got $2 million last year. And it's part of a 4-year, $8 million contract he signed, kind of the first ever in the NIL space. And since then, Nico's decided he wants more money. Well, the spring portal window opens tomorrow. And it was reported yesterday by On3, very well respected reporter Pete Nakos, that Nico was threatening to enter the portal if he did not get a $2 million pay bump via Tennessee's NIL collective. Now, Nico's dad was asked about it, and apparently Nico's dad went to Twitter to say that this report was a lie. They called me. We said we don't know anything about it. We don't blah, blah, blah. The media is lying. And then on cue, Pete Thamel reported to ESPN, Nico skipped practice today. So now Tennessee, with the spring portal window opening, with nobody else on the roster to be able to play quarterback, they are essentially being extorted by Nico Iamaleava and his camp for an extra $2 million. So, Reed, you are a Tennessee season ticket holder. How does this make you feel?
Well, I already, ate the season ticket price increase a year ago. But apparently this has nothing to do, ticket prices have nothing to do with NIL and all that stuff. It doesn't trickle down to the fans at all. I'm out on Nico. I was already out. I had this love-hate relationship with Nico to begin with. This to me has come down to a character issue. And like we discussed a little bit yesterday, Tennessee Vols fans are loyal to a fault. And we expect our players to be as loyal to the brand, to the history of the Tennessee Vols as we are. And this just exposes that Nico Iamaleava is not a Vol for life. He may not even be a Vol for long.
Bingo! Nico Iamaleava is the classic case of the stripper who doesn't love you back. How many times have you seen a newbie going to the strip club for the first time, and you got to tell that newbie? Now, again, I haven't been to a strip club in eons, but I have been to the strip club before. And you got to tell the newbie, the stripper doesn't love you. She's just doing her job. Nico Iamaleava is all about the money. And I keep hearing people say, this is the day and age we live in college sports, and maybe, but I don't see the other teams having this problem today. But this is Tennessee. And I don't think when it comes to playing quarterback for the Volunteers, no matter how much money they pay the QB, that Tennessee fans will ever be okay with this just being a transactional relationship between them and their quarterback. In pro sports, when it's all about the money, I think that resonates with a fan base. But this isn't pro sports, at least not yet. Now, I'm not going to sit there and try to pretend that they're student athletes and that Nico's there for school. This is not 2012. But at the same time, this isn't pro sports. And the fans of this sport, college football, college basketball, etc., they don't view it the same way that they view pro sports. I think it's actually amazing. In fact, we're going to do mock draft. Got it right here. Mock draft 2.0 today on the program. Jared Stillman mock draft. College football is the minor leagues of the NFL. This UFL, where that's like the independent league. This is the minor leagues. AA, AAA. That's what college football is. And for years, they didn't pay the players, wink, wink, but there was still minor league football. But what's amazing, and if we started America over again today, it would never be like this because people would care about minor league football the same way they probably care about minor league baseball. But because there's so much pride as far as the region, the conference, the university, etc., we have an attachment to college sports and especially college football that's different, no offense to the Sounds, whom I love, with the attachment of winning and losing in minor league baseball. And so while, again, we veer more towards pro sports every day with college sports, the way the fans, especially at a school like Tennessee, feel is not that of a pro franchise. It's like being married versus seeing a prostitute. Now, look, I'm not married in life, but I guess I might as well be at this point. I pay for a lot of stuff. But again, that's not what it's all about when it comes to a relationship. When you find your significant other on seekingarrangements.com, there is no through thick and thin. So as far as Nico is concerned, I think this is a bad look for him. I think this is really damaging to his reputation. I think this is going to put undue pressure, and it's going to give not just locally and in Tennessee, but I think across the country, it's going to give people this idea that, again, Nico's the stripper. It's all transactional. And I'm not sure that that's exactly what he wants. I'm not sure he understands what that entails. But as far as Tennessee fans are concerned, just like David Reed said, your quarterback does not care about being a Vol. He is a hired gun. And there is a ton of that in college athletics, especially when it comes to coaches. But at quarterback, at Tennessee, that's not going to sit well with a lot of the fans. When Lane Kiffin left for USC after 1 year, there was almost a riot. There were mattresses on fire. Tennessee's different. Yes, they pay the coaches. Yes, they want the coaches fired if they lose. Yes, Jarrett Garantano was miserable because he was so bad at quarterback. That happens. But the expectation for Tennessee fans is that you will give your all for Tennessee, regardless of what we're paying you. Now, a lot of people, again, are going to say that this is what college football is nowadays. And I'm sure there is some truth to that. This is what college sports is. Everybody's a hired gun. Everybody's a mercenary. Because as is the case with most things in life, everybody has a price. But I would be floored. And quite frankly, I would be appalled if Arch Manning did to Texas what Nico is doing to Tennessee. Why? Because even though Arch Manning, I'm sure, is making plenty of money at Texas, I have a feeling that Arch Manning actually wants to be at Texas. That Arch Manning wants to win a national title at Texas. That Arch Manning one day wants to go on to the NFL and build a stadium or build a fitness facility or build something on Texas's campus. The Arch Manning Indoor Training Center. Because he cares. Peyton Manning could have gone anywhere in the country. Peyton Manning chose to come back to Tennessee. And again, this was before the players got paid. Josh Dobbs, a Vol through and through. And I understand. Again, it's a different era. But the people that rooted for Peyton Manning and the people that were rooting for Josh Dobbs and the people that got on board with Hendon Hooker and supported Joe Milton, they're the same people, just like David Reed, that root for Nico. And today, and all the drama and everything else just proves one thing. Nico Iamaleava does not care about being a Tennessee Volunteer. And again, Sometimes in pro sports, guys get traded, guys sign free agent contracts. It's a business. We understand that. But this isn't exactly pro sports, at least not yet. And with this fan base, the extortion of I'm going to enter the transfer portal in a window where you have no real opportunity to bring in another quarterback, teach him this offense, be able to play in the SEC in the fall. If you don't give me $2 million, that is not going to sit well with this fan base. But this is a lesson because Tennessee and their fans celebrated being on the forefront of NIL. Tennessee and their fans celebrated taking down the NCAA in court over Nico's recruitment. But the lesson is the stripper does not love you, bro. When it's just a transactional relationship, when it's just a, why are you coming to our school? Well, they paid me $8 million. Then it is always going to be that way. So if you're a Tennessee fan, you have two choices. Either you accept that this is now the reality and pay Nico the money. And then the next guy you recruit, it'll be all about the money. The love of the university, they won't care. Or you can put your foot down today and say, no. This is beneath UT football. But you guys pick, because Nico has made it clear what he cares about. And more importantly, what he doesn't care about. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. We're starting on the Nico story. 615-737-1025 here on the program. If you want to weigh in, that's 615-737-1025. And Rick Neuheisel slammed Nico today. We got to get to that next. Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063 The Game. That was Rick Neuheisel on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, again, reacting to the news of the day, which is Nico wants $2 million more from Tennessee. If he doesn't get it, he's going to enter the spring transfer portal window, which opens tomorrow. And Tennessee has no quarterback. So they don't really have much of a choice. And yet there's Rick Neuheisel, the old coach, saying, all right, fine. If I'm a Tennessee coach, I am moving on. And I got to say, I agree. If I was Danny White, I would be having serious conversations right now at UT, and I bet he is, about what we can do at quarterback if and when Nico leaves. Because the way Nico has handled this has been a total problem. If Nico gets $2 extra million, again, for being what? Average? How many other players are going to say, well, where's my money? I mean, hey, I agreed last year to come here for $400,000, but I think I'm starting receiver right now. I think I'm worth $2 million. Where's my money? I'll enter the portal too. So that's going to set a dangerous precedent. Well, I don't need to go to practice, especially when Nico hasn't lived up to the hype. If Nico had a season last year, like Johnny Manziel had at Texas A&M when he won the Heisman, I think people would understand at least a little bit more. But he didn't. He was fine, I guess. This is what Rick Neuheisel said when talking about, hey, let's be real about the player that Nico Iamaleava is. This is what Rick Neuheisel said on Sirius XM College Sports Radio. I mean, Neuheisel's telling you, this is the guy that throws the ball all over the yard, and last year on the road at Oklahoma was like, oh, no, let's play safe with the lead with his $8 million quarterback, who now wants $2 extra million. I mean, again, I think Rick Neuheisel is speaking for a lot of people, myself included, that's like, fine, you think you're worth $2 extra million? You think you're worth $4 million a year? When you got $2 million to sit on the sidelines with your hands in your pants to watch Joe Milton play. Be my guest. Now, the problem with that is this is a very complex offense, and there's really not a lot on the roster at Tennessee as far as, what else is behind Nico. But guess what? Didn't they have to kind of prepare for this anyways? What if Nico sprains an ankle? Who's going in there? So if I'm the athletic director of Tennessee, if I'm Danny White, I'm saying we're not going to pay this ransom. And then we're going to hold a press conference and we're going to tell our fans that, hey, we're doing things differently. We're going to do things the way we see fit. It's not that we're not going to not pay a guy, because everybody's paying everybody now. But we're not going to pay this guy because A, we've already paid this guy. B, this guy ain't that good. And C, what he's doing shows that he doesn't give a rat's ass about our program, and also shows he doesn't care about his teammates. And I'm not going to put up with it. Again, like Rick Neuheisel said, I mean, this is the guy who's supposed to clap his hands in the huddle and everyone's supposed to say, all right, I'm getting behind you. Yeah, they're going to get behind you on their way trying to go get to the NIL bank if you end up making all the money. So I'm right there with Rick Neuheisel. Somebody in the YouTube chat said, Vol Nation's going to come after you, Jared. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I think Vol fans are on my side with this. I think Vol fans, if Danny White And Danny White is well respected and loved as an athletic director at Tennessee. If Danny White were to have a press conference today and say, if Nico wants to go in the portal, he can go in the portal. Kiss my ass. If he said that, Tennessee fans would be happy. And if the team went 7-5, they'd live with it. Because again, I don't think that they want to feel played as suckers. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com at 615-737-1025. That is our phone number. Let's go to James, who's going to kick us off today on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. James, thank you for calling and waiting. You go ahead.
Hey, Jared. It's been a long time since I've called, but the biggest thing that sticks out to me, and I think you said exactly a minute ago what the reason why I called was, I don't know who the backups are. I don't know if Tennessee I don't follow recruiting. I don't know if they got anybody at quarterback that's a 4 or 5 backing him up. But what you said a minute ago is exactly the thing that bothers me the most. If Tennessee caves in and gives him this, just like you said, it's going to set a bad precedent for everybody else. Everybody else is going to say exactly what you said. Hey, where's my extra $2 million? So here's the thing that I see. I call balls and strikes too, as I see them. And this is the thing I see is, yes, before the players were not compensated properly, but now it's the Wild West. We need to have something in place and get some guidelines and rules. And so this is not going to be so loosey-goosey. And if I'm Danny White, I'm just like what you said. Let the SOB go. We'll just go our separate ways and see what happens. Thanks for taking my call, Jared. And congratulations on your baby, by the way.
Thank you, sir. All right, so here's what I'll say about the whole, we need rules, we need regulations, that is at a much higher level than me. It is at a much higher level than Josh Heupel. It's at a much higher level than Danny White. It's higher than Greg Sankey. It's higher than, because the NCAA drugged their heels on this forever, wanting to not pay the players at all. And so because of that, the court shot them down. And so now they kind of have to do what the courts will allow them to do. And it's very, very complicated. So that is a whole different discussion for a different day. But I don't think it's so much Tennessee saying, hey, we don't want to be the school that caves into the player and then every single player lines up and says, where's my money, coach? It's the fact that the leader, the star, the quarterback is the one who did it. And everybody else that would follow suit and would do such a thing, they're all replaceable. The quarterback, as we all know, is the least replaceable. It's the hardest to find. And so that's why I think it's just a little bit different. And, there's a story at my school at Louisville last year where apparently there was an agent and there were 3 players, one of whom I think was from Tennessee. Like Louisville recruited him from Tennessee and he came to Louisville in the portal. And these guys, and one of them's in the draft right now, might get drafted. But these guys went inside the locker room and started telling everybody how much money they were getting in NIL. And it's one thing to tell everybody how much money you're getting. The thing is they lied about it. So they kept saying they were getting, we're getting a ton of money. We're getting this, we're getting that, we're this, we're that. And these were good players. And Jeff Brom, the head coach, went in the locker room and said, pack your crap, you're done. We're not doing that here. Again, it's one thing to negotiate fairly the way it feels everybody is negotiating in college sports. I think it is a totally different thing to try to negotiate like this, which is we're going to try to take advantage of Tennessee here when we know we're probably not that good anymore. More of your phone, 615-737-1025. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. Again, Nico's the stripper, and the stripper does not love you, no matter what they say. 615-737-1025. That's our phone number. It's Stillman and Company on 102.5 The Game. All right, I want to tell you about Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Guess what? Hiller, they're not going to try to renegotiate with you. Hiller, they're the best. The price you're told is the price you will actually pay. when it comes to Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical with no hidden fees and no surprises on your bill. And you're definitely going to want that when you have to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency, because most of the time you do not know what it'll cost, if it will get fixed correctly, if someone is just trying to sell you something, and if they're being honest. Well, when you call Hiller, their experts will solve the problems quickly. And again, I know this because I've used Hiller at my home many, many, many times across several different homes. And I would never use anybody else. They are the best. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller. Call the Hatfish Truck today.
How do you envision the Nico Iamaleava negotiations going right now, Rick Neuheisel?
I think they're one-sided. I think the agent says, listen, Nico'd like to stay, but we're getting all sorts of, information that there's a huge market out there, and we need to renegotiate what's currently being offered because of exactly what you just laid out. If somebody wants to walk, what sort of what do you have behind him? I haven't looked at Tennessee's quarterback depth I know they've lost some players because of Nico getting the starting job at such a young age. Guys are leaving because they want to play. So it's probably a very young quarterback room, which means that you'd be going back to scratch.
There you go. That was Rick Neuheisel again on Sirius XM College Sports Radio. He's just sitting there saying, like, I mean, hey, it's one-sided. It's Nico's camp saying, hey, let's get into this. Let's negotiate. And Tennessee's like, no. By the way, Matthew in Nashville says it's a bad look for his father, too, agreed, who went on Twitter last night and basically called Pete Nakos a liar and said an unnamed Tennessee staff member leaked the story. So I absolutely think Tennessee leaked the story. And I think it was a good thing that Tennessee leaked the story. They leaked the story because it's ridiculous. It's a really bad look for Nico. And it's a really, really bad look. And it's an even worse look that his dad comes out and calls the media, oh, it's the lying media and this reporter with no credibility. Meanwhile, Shannon Terry, who owns On3, came out and vehemently defended Pete Nakos. And Pete Nakos is one of the top college football insiders. He's not going to make up this story. So Nico's dad gets on Twitter and is like, oh, we didn't know anything about this. And then Nico skipped practice day. So I'm supposed to believe that Nico doesn't know anything about this, but just decided voluntarily not to go to practice. Give me a break. David is up next on a Fireball Hot Take Friday at 615-737-1025. David, go ahead.
All right. Just calling about I think they should pack Nico's stuff up, man, and send him home. It'll be insane to pay him.
You know what's crazy is, here's the way I see this play. Thank you for your call, David. Here's the way I see it, because most of you in the text line feel that way. Again, somebody in the YouTube chat was like, oh, Vol Nation's going to come after you, Jared. And Vol Nation, at least in the Twitter, I think they're the exact opposite. David Reed's a season ticket holder. He was like, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of done with it. Another texter said he's a season ticket holder, feels the same way. I mean, here's the two options. In fact, I wonder if there's really any coming back from this right now for Tennessee and Nico. Because if Tennessee acquiesces to Nico, then it will look like they lost. It will look like they got played by an average quarterback who has not yet met expectations because they were desperate, because they didn't have anybody else that could play quarterback on the roster, and so they had to take it on the chin. And if they go 8-4, so help them God, it will be a nightmare for Nico, a nightmare, and a nightmare for UT. If Tennessee were to come out and say, we're not doing that, and by leaking the story, which again, I think they did leak the story to the press, by leaking the story, Tennessee's told you they're not going to do that. Tennessee is not going to meet Nico's demands. If Nico enters the portal and goes somewhere else, unless he goes 13-0 and wins the Heisman Trophy, Tennessee fans will say good riddance. They will. This isn't pro sports where, again, yeah, he's going to hold out. He's going to miss OTAs and hold out, but then he'll be back. But then again, it's kind of like pro sports, but it's not the way that the fans feel about it. And so I think that the popular decision would be to get rid of Nico, would be to tell him, hey, don't let the door hit you on your way out. And then if they go 7-5, Tennessee fans will hate it. But if they go 7-5, I think they'll accept it. And they'll say, hey, our program is not going to kowtow to freaking Nico. This is not Lamar Jackson, okay? It's Nico. Two totally different things. One texter says the Vols season ticket holders are going to pay Nico. They added a 10% increase on season tickets for the NIL fund. I'm not a Vols fan. I don't think Nico is worth it. He averaged last year. He was average last year as a passenger on that offense when Dylan Sampson carried the entire team. I mean, my thing with Nico was I actually thought Nico got better towards the end of the year, especially the Vandy game. Like, I actually thought Nico played pretty well in the Vandy game after they got off to that horrendous start. But I think the fact that Nico is an average quarterback is not helping his case here. I think that there's a lot of people saying, hey, you haven't done enough to be able to go to the negotiating table to say, okay, I want more money now. No. You have not done more. So you should get paid what you originally had. Mike from Shelbyville says, I'm a Vanderbilt fan. Nico makes Diego Pavia look like a mild-mannered quarterback who just shut up and plays in comparison to his antics. Here's my question right now. If you were a Tennessee fan and you had the option of Diego Pavia right now or Nico, who would you take? And 2 days ago, the answer would have been Nico. Today, I think the answer is Pavia. Because the thing about Pavia is Diego Pavia does his own thing. He sues the NCAA on his own. He does all of that. But when it's time to play ball, Diego Pavia goes out there and he plays ball. Vanderbilt has signed the checks, and Vanderbilt is taking care of Diego Pavia. And I don't know if you guys noticed this. After Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year, Diego Pavia put up on social media, hey, if you're looking for NIL, hit me up. Here's the phone number to text for me for NIL. And then I think he got some like a Raising Cane's endorsement, I think. And he did some other. That's what NIL's for. It wasn't like Diego Pavia showed up in Clark Lee's office Sunday morning after they threw the goalpost in the river and said, all right, coach, I need more money. That's the difference. I mean, Nico looks entitled and cheap. We're not against, and I say we, I feel like I'm speaking for the masses here. I'll just speak for me. I'm not against a guy getting paid what they're worth. I'm against a guy trying to wring out every dollar that he hasn't earned from a university because he thinks he can. That's the issue I have. One texter says, trust me, 99% of Vol fans are done with Nico. I don't know how Nico recovers from this. I mean, if Nico has the same season he had last year, if Nico has the same performance against Arkansas that he had last year, these fans are just unbearable. And that's when you haven't done something like this to piss them off. I mean, I'm just reading the text line again. And it's just all, I'm trying to find like a one, like, yeah, Nico, you tell him. One texter says, if Nico leaves, Arch Manning will transfer. Don't think so. Again, Quinn Ewers declared for the draft. There are two quarterbacks who I think should have stayed in college football and should have gotten the NIL check, because I think the NIL check is going to be more than the NFL check, and develop their game to try to play better to go to the NFL. Drew Aller and Carson Beck have said, hey, we're going to try to develop our game to go to the NFL. Jalen Milroe and Quinn Ewers are the two quarterbacks that when they declared for the draft, I thought, what are you doing? Like, Jalen Milroe has real talent, but he's so far away from being able to play in the NFL. Dude, go back to college. If Jalen Milroe hit the portal at the end of the season and said, look, I came here under Coach Saban. I love Coach DeBoer, but his offense is probably a little different than me, so I'm going to transfer. Somebody would have paid Jalen Milroe a fortune, and Jalen Milroe would be getting all of the reps, again, at the kind of the AAA level and not the major league level, which is the NFL. Jalen Milroe is going to get drafted in the third round in a couple of weeks, and he's going to play in the preseason, and then he's going to sit on the bench and hold a clipboard the rest of the year. But Quinn Ewers declared for the draft because Texas told him, like, hey, man, it was nice knowing you. You were a great Longhorn. We came so close. But this is going to be Arch's team from now on. Arch Manning is not transferring to the University of Tennessee. And I would guarantee that, but I think that would be a pretty sad guarantee. Josh says George McIntyre is a beast at quarterback. I know he's a true freshman, but I've seen some of his high school games, and he's pretty darn good. Pretty sure he was a 5-star recruit. So goodbye, Nico, and let's go with the national native, George McIntyre. Well, again, Josh Heupel runs a very complex offense, and I don't know if Josh Heupel likes putting true freshmen out there. They really babied Nico along, and they were paying him $2 million, as we all know. My guess would be, what's the name of the backup, Reed?
Jake Merklinger. I always
My
say
guess
his name
is
wrong.
that guy would be the quarterback. Just again, whatever the idea was, if Nico tears his ACL, this is who we would play. That guy will play, and they'll probably bring McIntyre along slowly for whatever that's worth.
But
Mike
one thing
says,
that does complicate that,
go ahead, Reed.
one thing that does complicate that though for Nico Iamaleava, George McIntyre is a Vol for life. This is a Tennessee kid that chose Tennessee. So I don't think there's any coming back from this for him. I don't think that he really understands this fan base and both their toxicity and their loyalty.
Again, it's like I said, when you start the relationship on the transactional basis, which is, hey, we're going to pay you money, this is why you're picking us, that's probably going to dominate the relationship. Like, that's probably how that's going to be. Again, I've never dated a gold digger before, but if you do, then my guess is that's probably not going to change. So let's say you have an unfortunate mishap financially. She's going to leave. Like, I'm just telling you right now, like, that's what's going to happen. Whereas if you marry for love, she's going to stay with you through thick and thin. That's the thing with Nico. But Tennessee fans, again, to Reed's point, that they expect a certain level of loyalty. More of your phones on it. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063, The Game. And let me tell all the fine folks out there here on the program, tune into 94.9 The Fan tonight as the Sounds take on Memphis. Pre-game begins at 6:20. First pitch is at 6:35. Coverage also available on the Game Nashville app and at theGameNashville.com. Sounds baseball on 94.9 The Fan, presented by Twin Peaks and Family Leisure. And speaking of baseball, Vandy baseball. Let me say this. Could you imagine Tim Corbin if something like this happened? Oh, my God, he'd go nuts. Well, he wouldn't go nuts. He would just literally pack the guy's stuff, and that would be that. Tune in later today as 1025 The Game is a Vandy baseball takes on Oklahoma. Pre-game at 6:45, first pitch at 7. Coverage also available on the Game Nashville app and at theGameNashville.com.
We got some breaking news. On3's very own Pete Nakos reports that Nico Iamaleava is currently in negotiations with Tennessee around a new NIL deal. Now, the tweet reads from the On3 social account, Tennessee and Nico in active contract negotiations ahead of the 2025 season. It is unclear if the negotiations will impact whether he enters the spring transfer portal. I want to make this very, very straightforward here. That is the unclear part. Now, for us, if this is breaking right now with the transfer portal about to open here April 16th, I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think that it's fair to assume if a deal doesn't get done, that conversation can maybe start to be a little bit more legitimate.
There you go. That was On3's last night. Again, it was their report that said that Nico Iamaleava wants more money. And I think there's two things that are kind of working against Nico here. Number one, it looks so greedy and so disingenuous to do this now. If Nico at the end of the football season had gone to Tennessee and said, hey, you know, the price has gone up for Carson Beck, the price has gone up for this guy, where Josh Heupel could say, okay, you go on and we'll go find your replacement. It'll be fine. If that was the case, then I think, okay, it's a little bit more respectable. This is waiting for the spring window. There's really nothing Heupel can do. I think that's part of it. The other part is Nico just hadn't been that good. He just hasn't been that good. He has been a disappointment compared to what he was hyped up to be, what it felt like UT paid for. Jonathan says, I think the only way Nico can come back from this is once he realizes how much he messed up, he's got to fire his agent and say that it was all his agent's fault. So I think that's part of it. I think what Nico would have to do, and boy, this would be something. Nico would have to call a press conference, or he'd have to put out a video on social media. I don't think he can put a statement in the Notes app, screenshot it, put it on Twitter, and say, I'm sorry, UT, I'm a Vol for life, and Tennessee fans would be okay with that. I think it would have to be like a legitimate, heartfelt video. And I'm going to say this when it comes to Nico. This little interaction, we already played the cut earlier today of what Rick Neuheisel, the former coach, said when it came to Nico, and about how he's like, if I was a coach over there, I mean, I'd be done. I'd say, pack it up. You're out of here. He's like, I need to cool off. This is Rick Neuheisel. Say, I need to cool off. This is why they give us a cooling off period after the game as coaches, because I got to cool off here. This is too much. So it would have to be something heartfelt from Nico. But this will follow him the last 2 days. And whatever comes of this will probably follow him for the rest of his career, at least until he gets into the NFL. And that's if he ends up being good enough to get in the NFL, which the jury is still out on. Wes in Hermitage says, congratulations, Nico. You just pissed off the most annoying fan base in all of the NCAA. Now we have to listen to them give us all the reasons why they stink all year long. As if UT doesn't complain about enough already, UT wishes they could get Diego Pavia. The problem is Diego Pavia is loyal to Vanderbilt. Pavia has heart. What does Nico have? I don't think there's any doubt. When it comes to Tennessee fans right now, they would snatch Diego Pavia in a second if they could. I heard Clark Lee this morning on with Robbie and Joe, and he was like, I am not naive to think that people aren't trying to reach out to our kids and we've got to manage our own roster and everything else. Joe from Columbia says, I want to say, who the hell does Nico think he is? He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Does he think he is an elite quarterback? When and where has he ever shown that he was elite? Again, it's like Rick Neuheisel said, Josh Heupel, who wants to throw the ball all over the yard and threw it up and down the field with Hendon Hooker and threw it up and down the field with Joe Milton, babied Nico last year, which again makes sense. He's a freshman, but he babied Nico last year because he didn't trust him. He's like, no, we're going to run the ball with Dylan Sampson. We are not going to put all the eggs in Nico's basket because they didn't trust him. And again, where was Nico in the playoff game when they got smoked? Apparently, one texter says that Nico was making up a test, and the media has messed up and made it about him missing practice when really he was taking a test. I'll need proof that he was taking a test. And even then, I'm not sure I really care that much anymore. I mean, I used to use sports as reasons to get out of doing stuff in college, and I was a manager. He's the starting quarterback. Again, think about it this way. Why is Nico there? Nico's at school to play football. He's being paid to play football. He's not there to take a test. We'll worry about the test later. Have somebody else take the test. This is a mean text. Chris says he's the modern day Lawrence Phillips. Let me just say this, man. Don't compare Nico to Lawrence Phillips. That's a little over the top. One texter says, Nico needs to go. My question is, does Nico become the new DJ Uiagalelei? New offense, new team every year, and it will eventually ruin his draft stock. But I'd say about DJ Uiagalelei, I remember when he was doing those Dr. Pepper commercials, and he was supposed to be the bee's knees, and he was nothing. But he never did this. I mean, this, oof. Although when he did play that for Florida State last year, he freaking stunk. Boy, he was awful. 615-737-1025. Speaking of obnoxious, Jeffrey Simmons was asked to give an opinion on the Jill Jelnick podcast. You have got to hear the opinion that Big Jeff decided to give. We'll do that next. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. It's time for the 4th annual 615 Open Charity Golf Tournament. Cromwell Media, along with partners Fox 17, Outfront Media, and Social Indoor, proud to announce that we will be back at the Hermitage Golf Course on Thursday, May 29th to make a difference while having a great time. You can join us and a few guest media members, athletes, and musicians as we raise money for Folds of Honor. Donations will go to provide life-changing scholarships to families of America's fallen or disabled military and first responders. Sign up to play or sponsor by visiting 615open.com. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. So, apparently Jill Jelnick, and I love Jill Jelnick over at Fox 17, the sports director there, but apparently Jill Jelnick has a new podcast out. And the podcast is called the Nashville Game Changers Podcast. So I want to make sure that I credit that and give it the shout out that it deserves. So she had Jeffrey Simmons on her podcast, again, the Nashville Game Changers Podcast. And somebody said to me, you're going to want to check this podcast out. I said, why? They said Simmons was asked to give an opinion. So again, not how I do it, but again, it's I actually think it's a pretty good idea. In fact, I should probably ask more people that. Say, hey, what's something you want to complain about? That's what Jill Jelnick did with Jeffrey Simmons, and you will never guess what he wanted to complain about. Reed, play the cut.
So what is your opinion, Jeff? What do you got?
I'll start off with the NFL side of it. Especially playing my position. You know, in my opinion, I wish people were, you know, especially on the outside world, you know, they say, oh, he had a down year, this and that. But, you know, they don't take in consideration that, you know, I wanted to, you know, especially like this week, you know, they got the NFL coaches meeting and they all down there, the media down there. And why not just go ask some of these coaches, head coaches, what is your game plan against number 98 for the Tigers? You know, it's never single blocks. Mm-hmm. So instead of looking at in my opinion, instead of looking at the game stat sheet, look at the game itself and how many hands is on number 98 every game.
The tape. Watch the tape, right? That's what you're saying. Watch the tape.
You know, at this point, you hate to say it to the media because then some people want to consider you as a butthole, but you know, it's like you know, sometimes I do get a little frustrating, and you know, just to hear, you know, you not having a good year, what you think the problem is. I'm like, because I'm getting double teamed 95% of the game. So, you know, that's one of my opinion.
Okay, so Jeffrey Simmons' opinion, and he doesn't want to sound like a butthole when he says it, which I did laugh at. He doesn't want to sound like a butthole, but his opinion is go watch the tape. Everybody wonders why I don't get more sacks. It's because I'm getting double teamed. Please, somebody explain it to these morons in the media that don't understand it. That's the best you got. Let me give Jeffrey Simmons a news flash. Now, again, he's blocked me on Twitter, but apparently his social media team likes to make up things that I say one way or another, so this will probably get back to him. Hey, Jeff, the best players get double teamed. All of them. You think that these defensive coordinators sit there and say, you know what, let's leave Jerry Rice singled up. Let's see if that goes well for us. Let's let Reggie White just kind of do whatever he wants to do and see what happens. No, the best players get double teamed. And the best of the best are the ones that still beat double teams and produce. So when you get doubled and you don't produce, and then you go and cry about it and say, well, you know, I'm getting double teamed, what does that say about you? And you all know the answer. This is the problem. Jeffrey Simmons makes $23.5 million. Not to kind of hit the quarterback, not to maybe hit the quarterback. He makes $23.5 million to go hit the quarterback. Jeffrey Simmons doesn't do it. In fact, last year, Jeffrey Simmons had 6 quarterback hits. That's not good enough. Did you know that Jeffrey Simmons, when you include the playoffs, Jeffrey Simmons had 14 sacks in 2021? Jeffrey Simmons has 11 sacks over each of the last 2 years. And again, he says, go pull up the tape. That's what everybody says. But I did go pull up PFF. And PFF says that Jeffrey Simmons was 36th in the NFL last year in hurries, which was actually tied with Will Anderson. You want to know the difference, though? Will Anderson had 16 sacks. That's the difference. They've got a metric when it comes to pass rushing at Pro Football Focus, as far as the grading and the reporting and everything else, pass rushing productivity. And as far as pass rushing productivity is concerned, they have some sort of metric, some sort of formula that they come up with, which is a combination of sacks, hits, and hurries relative to how many times this player rushes the passer. And using the minimum amount of 50% of the minimum amount of rushes, you'll never guess who was number one as far as defensive linemen were concerned. Some guy named John Franklin Myers in Denver. Then Braden Fisk, then Chris Jones, then Milton Williams, who just signed $1 gazillion with the Patriots, Zach Allen, Quinnen Williams, Cameron Hayward, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, the guy in Dallas who just signed for a bunch of money, and Gervon Dexter Sr. You notice whose name I didn't call out? In fact, if you do a simple search for the name Simmons, it doesn't even come up. So amongst defensive linemen, Jeffrey Simmons, as far as this metric that Pro Football Focus uses, PRP, the pass rushing productivity, Jeffrey Simmons is not even in the top 50. That's a problem. They're not paying Jeffrey Simmons to be the same as Calais Campbell. They're paying Jeffrey Simmons to be at the top of this list. And when I hear Jeffrey Simmons use that as an excuse, it tells me, A, he doesn't get it, which is a problem. But it also tells me that the real issue here belongs with the Titans. That Jeffrey Simmons has been so coddled by the coaching staff, by the front office, and by the fan base that he thinks he's something he's not. And then when the few people out there that will express the fact that he's not as good as he thinks he is, he's not as good as he acts, when they say things like that, he thinks we're just being mean. He thinks we're just being rude. He uses it for motivation. He even makes it up for motivation. You know who didn't do that? You know who didn't complain about their circumstance and say, oh, but it's not fair, I got double teamed? Derrick Henry didn't do that. Derrick Henry didn't do that when he had Andre Dillard and Aaron Brewer blocking for him against 9-man boxes. He didn't complain about it when they traded away A.J. Brown, taking the top off the defense, and now everybody can key in on Derrick. Ryan Tannehill didn't complain as they let his offensive lineman go off into free agency, traded away his top target, let his top tight end leave. He didn't complain about it. But you see, again, Henry and Tannehill, those are leaders. Those are winners. Then there's Simmons. And Jeffrey Simmons, people have said we should trade Simmons, Jared. I've never believed that because I think that Simmons is a good player. And the second you trade Simmons, now you have to go look for another Simmons. But the reality is he cannot be the alpha dog. He cannot be the leader of the team because he's not a leader. He's soft. He makes excuses. He complains, and he thinks he's better than he is. You can't live with that in the NFL. And that's a problem that, again, they're going to have to fix by stopping with the coddling. Again, Denard Wilson got up there last year, and he was talking about how good Arden Key and Jeffrey Simmons were when asked about why they didn't produce. And he was like, well, they're our best players. And it's like, well, then they need to go produce. That's coddling. Terrell Williams, when he was the defensive line coach, said, oh, well, he gets double teamed. Coddling. Enough coddling of Jeffrey Simmons. I had a buddy that played in the major leagues, one of my best friends from college. He played in the major leagues, cup of coffee with the Miami, Anaheim, etc. And he used to tell me that when he was in the minor leagues, the one thing they used to always say was, if you don't like it, play better. They'd say, oh, you don't like the food they're feeding you at AA? Well, maybe if you play better, then you'll go to AAA and you won't have to eat PB&Js. Don't like it? Play better. Don't like the long bus trips? Play better. You'll get to the big leagues. They fly charter. You want to make a bunch of money? Play better. Well, here's what I'll say to Jeffrey Simmons. If you don't like what people think of you because you don't sack the quarterback, don't blame double teams on it. Play better. That's all you have to do. Go play better. Go sack the quarterback. Go hit the quarterback. Go affect the quarterback so that your football team wins games. And I promise you won't hear negativity out of me. But until then, maybe I'm the butthole, as he would say. But you sacked the quarterback 11 times over the last 2 years. That's what, $47 million for 11 sacks? That's not good enough. And if you don't like it, play better. 615-737-1025. Corey Curtis, News 2, joins us next on the program. Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063 The Game. Win an exclusive Jason Aldean experience. Text in the keyword Jason to 615-737-1025 and receive a link to sign up for a chance to win an all-inclusive tickets in the Eurostone Club at Bridgestone Arena to see Jason Aldean. Also, with a chance to win $1,000 cash. So the draft is less than 2 weeks away. And by the way, at 4 o'clock, Mock Draft 2.0. If you're looking at the stream, I have it up right here. Mock Draft 2.0, including the second round, because it's kind of obvious what the Titans are going to do in the first round. Mock Draft 2.0 with the second round included coming up at 4 o'clock. Corey Curtis, News 2, joins us now on the program. So, Corey, the argument of the week at the 102.5 The Game Studios has been about Cam Ward and whether or not if Cam Ward, and this was Kaharski's poll that went out there, if Cam Ward's best season is similar to the season that Baker Mayfield had last year, or is the same statistical season, 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, 17 interceptions, would you accept it? And 90% of the people said yes. Now, I'll just say this. Baker Mayfield, to me, is not good enough. Even last year, losing in the wild card round, not good enough. If that's the best Cam Ward does, I want elite. Where do you sit on Cam Ward and how good he has to be to justify being the first overall pick?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to justify his success based on yards and touchdowns. I'm going to base it on wins and losses. I mean, Steve McNair won an MVP and never threw for 4,000 yards. So, I mean, would I take those numbers as his best season? Sure. But I'm more concerned about what you talked about before, and that's, does he win playoff games? Because that's what his success needs to be gauged on. And that ultimately is what I will gauge it on to determine if he's a success or not. Can he elevate this team to win playoff games? You look at a guy like Kyler Murray, and, he's thrown for a bunch of yards, but the Cardinals still aren't winning meaningful games. So he's still not justifying his draft position as far as elevating the team. And that's how I will view Cam Ward. Does he elevate the team to make them competitive on a grander scheme?
Corey, when it comes to Cam Ward and it comes to the decision to take him, where do you kind of see him, profiling out to be? Because what a lot of the gurus are saying is this is the best of a bad quarterback class. You brought up Kyler Murray. Dane Brugler's guide, The Beast, with The Athletic, says that expect a taller, slower Kyler Murray. And I'm like, that's not good enough. Now, Louis Riddick is saying Patrick Mahomes. Now, that would be something. I would accept that if he became Patrick Mahomes. So when it comes to what kind of expectations you put on him, given what you hear or what you've seen, what do you expect?
Look, I expect, we all want to put what somebody is. I saw another person say, the comp was a little bit better Tyrod Taylor or something like that. And look, we can judge that all we want. I expect him to be a guy, if they're going to pick him first overall, and that's what they have gauged him to be, based on what we've seen him do on his track record, is the guy who can come in here and start immediately and complete some passes, have a feel in the pocket. I think that's one of the important things that, the Titans need an upgrade in that position, is a feel in the pocket and be able to see the field and see the guys who are open and make those plays. I don't expect it to happen, instantly, but I do expect to see it this season. I do expect it to see it this season. I expect them to be better. I expect him to be better than like Jalen Hurts was as a rookie, but I think it's a lot to expect him to be what Jaden Daniels was as a rookie. But I expect him to, if he's picked first overall, if they think that's what he is, I expect him to have an impact on this football team where, wow, this guy's really better. He's the stuff. I mean, like when Mariota came in, look, who were they rolling out there before? Mettenberger and Whitehurst?
Yes.
Yeah. And
Locker.
You were like, oh, yeah, then Locker. And you knew Marcus was a lot better. And, we need to see a lot better. Ideally you don't pick first again and you get one shot at it. And so, yeah, to justify, everything and to be the guy that you think he is, he's got to come in and be a lot better. And he's got to show you all those things.
Corey Curtis, News 2, is our guest. PK has a story up at paulkaharski.com in which he talked to Jordan Palmer, the quarterback guru, the former quarterback, but the quarterback guru who's training Will Levis out there in California. And, of course, Jordan Palmer had nothing but good things to say about how Will Levis has progressed. And, look, he's the guy that works out Sam Darnold, the guy that works out Josh Allen. Both guys have made massive improvements during their career. What do you think is going to happen with Levis, who is still on the team as of right now, and whom the Titans adamantly said they have not been shopping? What do you think is going to happen there?
I mean, look, I would keep him on the team. I mean, I've been adamant about that because I'm glad he's working and he's trying to get better. And there is no rule that he can't get better. And I think that that's the important thing because he's nothing but a better asset for you if he gets better. I mean, if you view Cam Ward as not quite ready week 1, you can start Levis for 1, 2, or 3 weeks. And it's, no one's going to freak out when you bench him to bring in Ward if you draft him first overall. There's no question about that. But at the same time, if Levis plays well, you feel better about putting him back in if Ward gets hurt, or you now have an asset if somebody needs a quarterback where you get more in return than you would have beginning in return right now. I mean, I've been adamant that he's allowed to get better. That doesn't mean he will, but he's a young quarterback. And he's allowed to get better. And the other thing is, you can go to all the camps you want. You can do all the work you want. And I know it's different when you got guys on the field running at you and it's all happening at full speed. And so, Will's going to have to, and ideally what they're training him to do prepares him for that, but he's still going to have to prove he can do it when it's moving full speed.
Corey Curtis, News 2, is our guest here on the program. What are your expectations for round 2? The Titans are picking towards the top of it at 35. And, Matt Miller came out yesterday at ESPN, said that they may look to try to trade up to go after Luther Burden or go after Emeka Ibuka. I mean, I don't know where that draft capital is coming from, but what are you thinking is going to happen at 35, or what do you want to see happen at 35?
For me, I think whether they got the best receiver or the best edge on the board at that position, those are the two spots that I could really see them living with. Look, if they want to get aggressive for Ibuka and Luther Burden, I get it. But I agree with you. They already don't have a 3rd round pick this year. Are you going to give up next year's 3rd as well? I mean, they're missing out on some of these guys. Now they need difference makers. And if you view, I mean, here's the thing. So say you've got like a 1st round grade on Ibuka and he's available at 33. Would you view him as worth trading up to go get because he's a 1st round player?
Not given the state they're in, but I do love Ibuka. Like, I wouldn't trade back if he was there at 35, but I wouldn't trade up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like, because I mean, I don't know that 103 is going to move you up. Maybe it is if you're only moving up a spot or two, but then now you're out of the 3rd round and you're losing the 1st pick of the 4th round, and you're falling back 17 more spots, and so I know you want top 100 picks, and that's 103, but 103 is close to 100. So you're talking about tapping into next year's class, and I don't know how great that is, but I agree that Ibuka's a guy that I think is worthy of being aggressive for. And look, from what they've done in free agency, it would appear they clearly have plans to address that position in the draft. Based on what they're coming into this season with, right now. But, I think there's reason to believe that some of these receivers are going to slide, because I think there's a lot of feeling that the first run on players will be at edge, which I think there's like 15 to 20 that are like draft quality players this year. And so I think, there's a difference between getting draft quality players and guys who can really hit the quarterback. And so I think, that's the way you just saw the Super Bowl won. And so I think that's where the first run on players is going to come, which would greatly benefit the Titans.
I think the first run on players, like the overdrafting of a position, like, oh, we got to get in. I think it's going to be tackles. I think it's going to be like, well, yeah, like Campbell, Membu, Simmons, who's hurt from Ohio State, Kelvin Banks at Texas, Connerly. Like, I think the Connerly kid from Oregon is probably a second rounder. He's going in the first because he's a starting tackle. And I just, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the tackles are going to be the ones that fly off the board. That's just me. Corey Curtis, News 2's with us. What's your hot take this week, Corey, on Fireball Hot Take Friday?
You know what? This whole Nico Iamaleava thing, you can look at it in different ways. But what I have found fascinating about this is just, it was yesterday or the day before, somebody came out with their top 10 college quarterbacks for the season, and he wasn't in it.
Yeah.
And Tennessee fans were in an uproar about that. Today, we are really finding out how Tennessee fans feel about Nico, finding out that he reportedly wants more money, and now fans are like, let him walk, and they're not happy with him. If he was good, I mean, if he was really good, if he was the stuff, if he was, Peyton Manning, Jaden Daniels, whoever, one of these guys who you felt was like a Heisman winner, going to lead you to the national championship, they wouldn't be saying that. They'd be saying, get him the money, get him the money. They're not saying get him the money. They're frustrated that he wants the money, which tells you that honestly, they know he wasn't good enough last year for what the money he's been getting, and he needs to play better. And I don't know if there's a lot of belief that he's going to be that much better.
Woo, that's a hot take on Fireball Hot Take Friday. Corey Curtis, News 2. As always, great stuff. Corey, enjoy the weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks, man.
Yep, Corey Curtis on the program. And he leads me exactly into what I want to get to next, which is I think Nico's getting some bad advice. Some bad advice. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
If I'm a Tennessee coach, I'm saying we're moving on. I'm just giving you my visceral reaction because this is happening in real time.
Yep.
And I know I probably need to calm down. That's why they give you a 10-minute cooling off period before the media comes into your locker room after a game. So I don't have 10 minutes to really break down what I'm thinking right now. But that guy's going to be the leader of my program. Mm-hmm. That guy's going to be the guy who claps his hands in the huddle and gets everybody to sing Rocky Top. I'm like,
right.
You go ahead. I'm going to find somebody that wants to play here. This is Neyland Stadium. This is Rocky Top. This is Tennessee. You go ahead. I am not interested in this.
That was Rick Neuheisel
last year.
That was Rick Neuheisel. Excuse me. That was Rick Neuheisel on Sirius XM College Sports Radio saying, like, I'm sorry. If I'm the coach, get out. See ya. Goodbye. We have an update on the latest with Nico Iamaleava in Tennessee, according to Adam Sparks of the Knoxville News Sentinel. Quote, as of late this afternoon, I'm told Nico Iamaleava has gone quiet. Tennessee has not heard from him all day, and obviously he skipped practice this morning. This could change any minute, but it is not a great sign for anyone involved.
But Jerry, he's just studying. He had a test this morning. That's all it is. He's just studying. He's a student athlete.
Apparently the test thing was a joke from the midday show. So I guess the midday show joked that he had a test. I didn't hear it. The midday show joked. Some guy must have heard that and texted in and said he was taking a test.
There's a test going on right now, and it's the patience of Vols fans.
Oh, there's a test. So as Adam Sparks also put it, he said whether Nico Iamaleava and his reps realized it or not, skipping Tennessee's practice has the optics of a holdout, and that's not good for him, his teammates, or UT fans wanting to move past this. Now, this also includes Nico Iamaleava's dad yesterday going after Pete Nakos, the reporter who was the one that broke the story that Nico wants $2 million extra this season to play quarterback at UT. And Nico's dad didn't deny it. He insinuated that Nakos is making the story up and that it didn't come from us. And then Nico went and skipped practice, which basically confirmed that, yeah, there is a holdout here. First of all, whether or not this is the first I'm hearing of it, Nico's dad says. Everybody in the world in today's day and age has an agent. It's no different than having a CPA do your taxes. Everybody has an agent. I have an agent. You think that they're taking liberties without talking to you about it? No, that's not how this works. Secondly, here's something Nico's got to learn. This is the reality in the big boy world, which back in the day, I used to not like criticizing college athletes because they're 18, 19-year-old kids and they're not getting paid. And so it's one thing to criticize the $5 million coach, but it's another thing. Well, Nico's getting paid. So if you're going to get paid like a big boy, I'm going to treat you the same way that I treat all the other guys who are big boys. And Nico needs to learn that here in big boy land, you're the CEO of Nico Inc. And if Pete Nakos calls your family and says, hey, I heard this story, as the CEO, you need to get out in front of it. You need to handle it. For instance, and let's use Nico's father as the example because Pete Nakos reached out to Nico's dad. For instance, if you were CEO of a company and a writer from the New York Times, because as far as college football recruiting is concerned, On3 is the New York Times, the Washington Post, USA Today, whatever. So you're the CEO of a company, and a writer from the New York Times calls and says to your PR head, your head of public relations, your chief communications officer, whatever it's called, hey, I've got this story. We're going to run. Do you guys have a comment? If I'm CEO, that better get back to me. And then I'm the one that needs to deal with it. Because again, I'm CEO. Well, when you're Nico Iamaleava, you're the CEO of Nico Incorporated. Everything that has to do with you that will affect, again, your public relations, you need to be in charge of it. And third, predictably, fans that are Tennessee fans on social media were turning it into, oh, they're making it up. And then he went and skipped practice. And now it feels like there's really not a lot of coming back from this. This is not a Nico thing or a Tennessee thing, but it is a reality thing. If you're going to take millions of dollars at that young of an age, you are going to have to learn how the business world works. It's not on your advisors. It's not on your parents. It's not on your representatives. It's not on your coaches. Because I'm not talking about the NIL business world. I'm talking about all of it. And Nico has done a terrible job of managing himself this week. When it comes to representing Nico, again, everybody in 2025 has an agent. And the reason why most people have agents is because they do the negotiating without it getting personal. Because it's not fun to negotiate when somebody's like, yeah, we don't think you're worth that. We think you're worth X instead of Y. That's what your agent's for. So Nico's agents can represent him, but at the end of the day, you think it's Nico's agents that sat there and said, you know what, we want $2 extra million, or you think it's Nico that went to the agents and said, I want $2 extra million. And again, all of this space that now exists to try to figure out what's going on or speculate what he's thinking, or that could all be contained by Nico if he could get out in front of it. Instead, here we are. And as of 15 minutes ago, Adam Sparks says the university has no idea what's going on with him because he's gone quiet. That's what a coward does. That's not what a big boy does. Sometimes it is better to say nothing at all. But Nico has to be the CEO of his life. And again, this isn't just a football thing. This isn't a college sports thing. This isn't an NIL thing. This is a life thing. This is a reality thing. This is a business thing. Every single one of you is the CEO of your own personal brand. And every single one of you has an employer. That is a business relationship. But that's not the only business relationship or the only relationship that you have. And you have to manage all of them. And it's obvious to me that Nico has bitten off way more than he can chew. And it's not a spot that I think I'd be able to handle well at 19, 20 years old. But if you want to be paid like a big boy, you're going to have to act like a big boy. And so I don't know who's giving Nico this kind of advice, but it's bad advice. I don't know why Nico thinks that trying to extort $2 million from Tennessee right before the spring portal opens is a good idea, but it looks really, really bad. Like if you're Nico, you're the quarterback, you'd like to be compensated fairly. I get it. You like Tennessee, you had a decent season last year, you're going to be draft eligible after this year, and I bet Nico has the dream of playing in the NFL one day. But if you go to Tennessee and you ask for more money, you have to understand that's going to go public. And when it goes public, you better be prepared that people are going to think you're greedy, selfish, and not a team player. Not just the fans, not just your own teammates, not just your own coaches, not just the media, but potential NFL teams will think that. And so, again, when it comes to Nico running his own personal business here, Nico Incorporated is the extra $2 million that, again, I'm not even sure your play on the field would dictate that you're worth. But is the play on the field, that $2 million, is that worth the damage to your reputation and to potential future earnings given how this will follow him throughout his career in college and as he enters the NFL. Now, let's say Nico gets good enough to go to the NFL and he goes to the NFL. This will be a huge topic. Does he actually love football? Is it just about the money? Is it everything they're saying about Shedeur Sanders now? He'll have to go through that. Then once he gets drafted, it'll all be kind of how he acts in the NFL. But until then, this will follow him everywhere. Every single one of those meetings for teams that he will do, again, if he's good enough to get to the NFL, the top 30 visits, the combine interviews, it's all going to be the same. It's all going to be, so Nico, tell us about when you try to stiff Tennessee out of $2 million extra. And if he leaves Tennessee, it's going to be even more about that. So this doesn't go away just because you call Pete Nakos, a very well-respected college football reporter, the B word on Twitter, or because Johnny Vol 419 said, cook him, Nico. So I hope the $2 million, if you end up getting it, I hope the $2 million when you've already made $4 million and have another $4 million set to come to you, I hope the extra $2 million is worth it, because NFL teams are not going to like this. And that's only if he ever plays well enough, or if another coach is willing to trust him enough to give him the opportunity to one day be considered an NFL prospect. This is some bad business on Nico's part. 615-737-1025. We'll get to your phones. 615-737-1025 here on the program. Plus, Robbie Stanley says, it is not crazy to think that there could be something salvageable here. I do want to touch on that. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
Listen, it was obvious watching Josh Heupel coach this year that he didn't trust Nico. The way that game went down in Norman when Heupel went back to his alma mater and the way he played the final quarter, he was not going to let Nico put that ball anywhere into harm's way, given Oklahoma's defensive prowess and the lack of experience. This isn't a knock on Nico's talent, but for a guy that we watched with Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton throw the ball all over the lot, that wasn't the way this team played. And the only reason I can come up with, given what I know about Heupel, and obviously he was playing to his strength, the defense and his running game in
they ran well
in sample. This was a deal where there wasn't a lot of trust in that quarterback.
There you go. That was Rick Neuheisel on Sirius XM, College Sports Radio earlier today. So Robbie Stanley on Twitter, and I feel bad for Robbie. You know, I know that they got to talk about this a little bit today, but it's kind of intensified today with Nico skipping practice, which basically confirms the report that Nico Iamaleava is trying to, he's holding out. He wants more money from Tennessee. And so Robbie Stanley put up on Twitter when we posed the question, is there any way that Nico Iamaleava can come back from this in the eyes of the Tennessee fan base? And Robbie said, yes. If he comes out and plays great football, if they beat Georgia on September 13th, people will not care. And I think there's probably some truth to that. Like Corey Curtis said, if he was Peyton Manning, would the Tennessee fans be saying, well, this is bad blood on his part, or would they say, hey, give him a raise? I think there is something to that. But at the same time, what's the likelihood that he goes out there and beats Georgia on September 13th? That is a very high bar that he now has to climb. And if he doesn't beat Georgia on September 13th, then what's going to happen the rest of the season? And what is that going to be like? I mean, I remember what it was like for Jarrett Garantano, and Jarrett Garantano didn't try to extort the program. So, well, hey, go beat Georgia and then we'll talk. Then they'll want to pay you more money. Philip in Murfreesboro says, Jared, what we don't know is whether Nico or someone had tampered and reached out to Nico's people with a $4 million offer, which would not be out of the realm of possibility with how crazy college football is today. So I understand that. Again, he's saying, hey, it would not be totally out of the realm of possibility that one of these teams went to Nico, and it can't be an SEC team. It has to be probably a Big Ten team because you cannot transfer in the spring window SEC to SEC. So let's say that UCLA reached out to Nico with a $4 million offer. Okay. That doesn't mean that Nico has to take it. That doesn't mean that Nico has to take it to UT and basically says, hey, I'm entering the portal tomorrow if you don't give me the $4 million today. That's bad business. Again, if Nico did that in December, if Nico went to Tennessee, and I don't know how these other teams sign NIL deals, but if Nico went to Tennessee in December and said, hey, they're offering me $4 million, I'd like $4 million, that's one thing. Because at that point, Josh Heupel, the window opens for everybody to transfer, but Josh Heupel now has the ability to go get Nico's replacement. Now he doesn't. Ty says if Nico had had a dominant season, that would make more sense. He had an average season where the defense and running game got him to the playoff. Kenneth says let him go. He wasn't worth all the hype to begin with. I think that's kind of how most people see it. One texter says, nobody is tampering his bum ass. I do love that word. Shaq used that word when he used to talk about JaVale McGee on Shaqtin' a Fool. I do love that word. Okay, Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0. And it is not just round one. It is round two and what the Titans should do at 35. And yes, there are trades So Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0 is next. The Atlanta Braves country road trip is coming to town and teaming up with the Nashville Predators in 102.5 The Game. Join us at the BetMGM Sports Lounge in Bridgestone Arena on Wednesday, April 16th for a Braves watch party as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays at noon. There'll be free giveaways like hats and shirts, plus you could win autographed baseballs and free Braves tickets to a game of your choice. Also, the first 15 people in the door, and again, this thing starts at noon, the first 15 people in the door will win a pair of Preds tickets to that night's game. For more details, visit theGameNational.com/events. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, and of course, it is a Fireball Hot Take Friday. David Reed is with us. It is time, David Reed, for your first experience on the Jared Stillman mock draft. Are you excited?
I've been anxiously anticipating this all day. All day.
I'm glad. I am thrilled.
I may be the only one, but I've been doing it.
So normally we've done the mock drafts in the past, and we usually keep it to one round. The problem is that the Titans are picking at number one, and everybody knows who they're going to pick. So this is a 2-round mock draft, and yes, it does feature trades. So as is the case when it is time to make the pick, David Reed, you will hit the sounder for us. And with that being said, we start Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0. On the clock, number 1 overall, the Tennessee Titans. The pick is in. Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. I don't think I need to go into any more detail other than if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It looks like they're going to take Cam Ward. It is quacking like they're going to take Cam Ward. An actual duck. They will take Cam Ward from Miami. Cleveland is on the clock at number 2. Travis Hunter goes number 2 overall. The reason, Abdul Carter's medical is scary. He's a pass rusher with a foot injury. And again, as Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, who's on his side, said yesterday, he is healing. He is not healed. Again, there are 2 high-end players in this draft, Hunter and Carter. The Browns decide we're going to go with the safer bet. We're going to go with Travis Hunter, and they're going to play them both ways, which is what I would do as well. Travis Hunter, number 2 to the Browns. The New York Giants do not want to draft Abdul Carter 3rd overall. They do not want to do it. They already have Brian Burns. They drafted Kayvon Thibodeau in the 1st round, so they have 2 high-end edge rushers. They do not want to draft Abdul Carter. They are praying that the Browns take Abdul Carter. In fact, I considered a trade up with the Giants at 3 to go to 2 to take Travis Hunter. Instead, they're on the clock, and they take Abdul Carter, the pass rusher out of Penn State. They don't really have much of a choice. Again, there's kind of 3 guys at the top of the draft, and the first 2 are gone. You have to pick the 3rd. But, man, that foot injury would worry me, and the logjam at the position would worry me. If I'm the Giants, as soon as I make the pick, I'm shopping Kayvon Thibodeau. And I would say this, if I were the Titans, I might be a little interested in adding Kayvon Thibodeau. But as of right now, the Giants take the best player available. That's Abdul Carter with the 3rd overall pick, which takes us to Mike Vrabel and the Patriots, 4th overall. I've done a lot of thinking about this. And a lot of people are thinking, oh, yes, Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU, he goes to Vrabel at 4. They don't have a left tackle in New England. But Will Campbell has short arms. Will Campbell has guard arms. I don't care what the tape says. Again, we're talking about the arm length and arm width and everything else. And what did we learn about Mike Vrabel when he was the coach and they drafted an All-American tackle in the 1st round who had guard arms? They played him at guard, and Vrabel had no interest in even trying him at tackle with Andre Dillard and Jalen Duncan. So he's not going with Will Campbell. The New England Patriots select Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State. And I don't understand why more people aren't talking about this. Ashton Jeanty might be the best player in this class. And I know nobody would say, hey, let's take a running back with the 1st overall pick. The days of Kajana Carter are over. But how does Mike Vrabel win games? Running the ball. They have a young quarterback in Drake May. Drake May needs the pressure taken off of him. There is not a wide receiver that fits the profile here for them to take at 4 overall with Travis Hunter off the board. So Ashton Jeanty is the pick, and he is going to be Mike Vrabel's Derrick Henry in New England. Jacksonville is on the clock at number 5. Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. Everybody thinks the Jets are going to take Tyler Warren, but who's Jacksonville's tight end? again, Jacksonville last year hit a home run with Brian Thomas Jr. in the first round. They've got a receiver. They've got Trevor Lawrence coming back from injury, and they really need Trevor to pop. But they let Evan Ingram go on to Denver. They need a tight end. Tyler Warren is the best player, in my opinion, on the board at this point in time. Jacksonville goes Tyler Warren at number 5. That puts the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock at number 6. Best player available and a need. Mason Graham, defensive lineman out of Michigan. Yes, they have Christian Wilkins, but they need more help on that defensive front with Max Crosby. And at this point, Tom Brady and the Raiders say, you know what? We're just going to stack the defensive line. Remember how good they had it in Seattle with Pete Carroll. That's what they're going to do here. They're going to go with Mason Graham. There are going to be teams that try to trade up for this pick, but I think the Raiders like the value of Graham, a little undersized, but that's okay with Wilkins and Crosby. They like the talent. They say, no, we're going to take him 6 overall. The Jets are on the clock. The stinky, stinky Jets are on the clock at 7 overall, and this is an easy pick. Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU, he's going to play right tackle. So his arms are a little short, but he profiles because of his big size to be more of a right tackle than a left tackle, though he was a left tackle in college. However, the Jets drafted Olu Fashanu in the first round last year. He's the left tackle. Will Campbell comes in, replaces the departed Morgan Moses, who is in New England. Will Campbell is the right tackle, and as of right now, Justin Fields is their long-term plan at quarterback, though they'll see how he does through 1 year. They shore up the tackle spot. Will Campbell at 7 from LSU to the Jets. Carolina, this one's easy. They're back in the first round after trading away all their picks. They go Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. Will Johnson is the top corner on the board who is not Travis Hunter. And the Panthers need one opposite J.C. Horn. Will Johnson out of Michigan. It's between him and Jahade Barron. Problem is Jahade Barron's got those short arms too, and that can be a problem when trying to jam wide receivers at the line of scrimmage. Will Johnson from Michigan, the corner at 8 to Carolina. New Orleans is at 9, but we have a trade. The San Francisco 49ers jump from 11 to 9. Why could they not wait? Because the Chicago Bears hold the 10th pick, and the Chicago Bears could use a left tackle to replace Braxton Jones. But San Francisco, long-term and short-term, needs tackle help. Their swing tackle has signed in Kansas City. So the Trent Williams replacement is now gone. They also have kind of had a revolving door at right tackle, and Trent Williams isn't getting any younger. The 49ers go with Armand Membu, the left tackle out of Missouri. He'll play right tackle this year and then eventually be the successor to Trent Williams at left tackle. San Francisco trades up with New Orleans to number 9. They take Armand Membu. That puts Chicago, who really wanted Membu, on the clock at number 10. Teams have to love this when the best player available meets a need. The best player available for the Chicago Bears is Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia, and that's what they need. So to go near Kevin Byard, he'll learn from him, but Malachi Starks will ultimately be the safety in Chicago long-term. He's the 10th pick out of Georgia to the Chicago Bears. New Orleans on the clock at 11, and they trade it again. New Orleans has a bunch of aging veteran players that are all injured, and this gives them the opportunity to recoup a bunch of picks. They move back with Seattle, who has 2 second-round picks after the DK Metcalf trade. They move to 18. Seattle jumps up on the board. Why? Because there's starting to be a run on tackles. And even though the Seahawks have Charles Cross, you can never have enough good offensive linemen. The Seahawks have said they're going to invest in the offensive line. And at 11, they're going with Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State. Now, that's going to be a little rich for most people because Simmons is coming off of an injury. But if Simmons hadn't been injured, Simmons would have been the first tackle off the board. Seattle sees 2 tackles have already flown off. They can't wait any longer. They go with Josh Simmons out of Ohio State with the 11th overall pick. Jerry Jones is on the clock with pick number 12. One of my personal favorites, Matthew Golden, wide receiver out of Texas. He's a 4.29, and he was explosive in college. And not only that, he goes to Texas. And Jerry just says, I want him. I know he's 20th on the consensus big board, but I want him. We need a receiver to go with Dak. It's too early to take Omari and Hampton at running back. We've got CeeDee Lamb, but we need another one. I want him. And he takes Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas, who happens to be my wide receiver 1 on the board. Matthew Golden at Texas to the Cowboys at 12. Miami is on the clock at 13. They go with Kelvin Banks Jr. He is a tackle at Texas, but he's probably going to play guard in the NFL. And so Kelvin Banks, again, they let Robert Hunt go in free agency last year. They did not do a good job replacing the center of their offensive line, their guards in the interior of their line, especially when they signed Aaron Brewer. They go with a high first-round pick here, Kelvin Banks Jr. You need interior protection when your quarterback is 5'10". That's the move. Kelvin Banks out of Texas at 13 to the Dolphins. Indianapolis at 14, in a move they should have made 2 years ago after they drafted Anthony Richardson. They finally go and get him a tight end. Enough of Mo Alley Cox. Enough of Jelani Woods. The Colts go Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan. And maybe it's a little too late. I think Daniel Jones will be the starter in Indianapolis, but they need a tight end anyways to go with Pittman and Pierce and Downs and Taylor. And it's Colston Loveland out of Michigan. The Falcons at 15 can't believe their luck because Jalen Walker, the off-ball linebacker at Georgia, has fallen all the way to 15. This is a slam dunk. Jalen Walker at 15 to the Atlanta Falcons. We have a trade. Arizona was on the board at 16. They trade back with Denver at 20. And they trade for Luther Burden III, the wide receiver out of Missouri. I know some of these mock drafts say second round. I know there are some character concerns, but Luther Burden is probably talent-wise the best receiver in this draft, and he's a 4.2 guy, or a 4.41 guy, which is faster than Tetaroa McMillan. To me, Sean Payton wants this receiver to go with Cortland Sutton. This is a guy for Bo Nix. Luther Burden III in a trade up with Arizona at 16. So those are the first 16 picks. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Genty at 4 to the Patriots, Tyler Warren at 5, the tight end from Penn State to Jacksonville, Mason Graham, the defensive lineman at 6 to the Raiders, Will Campbell, the tackle at 7 to the Jets, Will Johnson, the corner at 8 to Carolina, Armand Membu in a trade with San Francisco, Malachi Starks to Chicago, Josh Simmons to Seattle in a trade up with New Orleans, Matthew Golden to the Cowboys at 12, Kelvin Banks to the Dolphins at 13, Colston Loveland at 14 to the Colts, Jalen Walker at 15 to the Falcons, and Luther Burden III to Denver in a trade with Arizona at 16. The rest of the first round, picks 17 through 32 are next here on the Jared Stillman, and this is a 2-round mock draft 2.0 on Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company Mock Draft 2.0, picks 1 through 16 in the books. And it should be noted that the Saints have traded back twice. They traded out of 9 with San Francisco to move back to 11, and then traded back with the Seahawks to move to 18. And as Ian Rappaport reports, breaking news, the Saints suddenly have a major quarterback question, as starter Derek Carr is now dealing with a shoulder injury that threatens his availability for this season, according to sources. Carr is weighing options, including the possibility of surgery. So with that, we go to the second half of the first round in Mock Draft 2.0. Cincinnati is on the clock at 17 overall, and they are not taking a quarterback. Jihad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama, he is their green dot guy from now on. They look at him and Logan Wilson, and they say, okay, this can be the inside of our defense. They need a lot of help on defense. Cincinnati goes Jihad Campbell at 17. The Saints are on the clock at 18. Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback out of Colorado. Again, I believe I had this done this morning before I knew about the Derek Carr news. The Saints are trying to get out of the Carr business anyways because it kind of sucks and it's hurt. So Shedeur Sanders goes at 18. The Saints trade back twice, pick up 2 additional second-round picks to help build their team around Shedeur, but they were waiting for the right time to pull the trigger on QB2. 18 overall, Shedeur Sanders goes to the Saints. Tampa is on the clock at 19. Jahade Barron, the corner out of Texas. He's the second corner off the board. That is, if you don't consider Travis Hunter a corner. Will Johnson went at 8 to Carolina. The Bucks go Jahade Barron, the corner out of Texas, at 19. We have a trade. Arizona was originally on the clock at 20. They trade with Houston. Why? Because Houston wants to get ahead of the Chargers at 22, who need a receiver, and the Packers at 23, who need a receiver. Meanwhile, Matthew Golden and Luther Burden are already off the board. Houston, they need a receiver. Tank Dell out for the year. Nico Collins was injured throughout last year, and Stephon Diggs is in New England. They go with Tetaroa McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Now, I don't like McMillan because he ran a 4.55, but Houston, they do things a little differently. They've got Robert Woods. He's slow. Tetaroa McMillan goes at 20 to the Texans. The Steelers at 21 are on the clock. The reason that the Saints could only go to 18 to take Shedeur Sanders is because of the Steelers at 21, but that's okay because the Steelers are going with Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. Surprise, surprise, 21 overall. He will sit the bench behind Aaron Rodgers. The Chargers are on the clock at 22. I think this is a slam dunk pick. They need a receiver, and Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State is on the board. Jim Harbaugh knows all about Emeka Egbuka. He had a coach against him. Emeka Egbuka is the all-time leading receiver in the history of Ohio State football. Emeka Egbuka off the board at 22 for Justin Herbert with the Chargers. Green Bay tried to get ahead of the Chargers to get the receiver because once they saw Houston go receiver at 20, they knew they had to. But Pittsburgh wanted Dart. The Chargers weren't going to trade Egbuka. So now the receivers are off the board. But that's okay because Green Bay will go with Donovan Ezaraku, the leading sacker, first-team All-American out of Boston College. Why are the Packers going Ezaraku? Because their their defensive coordinator, former BC head coach Jeff Hafley, is their defensive coordinator. He knows all about Donovan Ezaraku, who goes at 23 to the Packers. Minnesota is on the clock at 24, and they make a trade with the Rams. Minnesota only has 4 picks in this draft. That's how they ended up with 2 first-rounders last year. So they need some more draft capital. They trade back with the Rams because there aren't many tackles left, and with Kansas City, who needs a tackle out there, with Washington, who doesn't need a tackle but needs offensive line help, with those teams lurking, this is the opportunity. Baltimore's got Ronnie Stanley. You got to get up there. So they go the Rams to Josh Connerly Jr., the tackle out of Oregon. He'll play right tackle where Alaric Jackson plays left tackle. The Rams make the deal with Minnesota, and they take Josh Connerly at 24 overall. 2 trade backs for Arizona, but now they're on the clock, and they take the best guard in the country. That's Tyler Booker out of Alabama. Again, he is a true, mean, run-blocking guard. He goes with Paris Johnson, who they drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. This one's easy. Arizona, Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama at number 25. Minnesota moved back 2 spots to 26. They take Walter Nolan, the defensive lineman out of Ole Miss. They need defensive line help. Again, they've got Jonathan Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel, and they draft Dallas Turner in the first round last year, but they need some big guys on the interior of the line. Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss at 26 to the Vikings. The Ravens think offensive line here, but most of the good tackles are off the board. They go with Mike Green, the edge rusher out of Marshall. He's got a little off the field question marks with him, but he's a productive player. And let's not kid ourselves, it's the Ravens we're talking about. Ray Lewis's team. They go Mike Green, the edge rusher out of Marshall at 27. Detroit right now at the edge rushing position is a one-trick pony. That is Aiden Hutchinson. He got hurt last year, and they could not get after the quarterback. James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Yes, there are some off-the-field concerns, but Detroit has a very strong locker room, and again, when it comes to the Lions, they're going to pick a guy who might go 13-15 if it weren't for the off-the-field concerns. James Pierce Jr. at 28 to the Lions. Kansas City is trying to get to this pick with Washington at 29. They can't. Washington needs a guard on the inside of the offensive line. Gray Zavell, who is a tackle out of North Dakota State. He will slide into guard, and he will help Laramie Tunsil and Andrew Wiley protect Jaden Daniels. Buffalo is on the clock at 30, but we have a trade. Buffalo is trading away the 30th overall pick to Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots. They'll get 38 and a second-round pick in next year's draft. So New England can move up 8 spots and draft Donovan Jackson, the guard/tackle out of Ohio State. Mike Vrabel will put Donovan Jackson at left tackle, which they do not have. And he's trading next year's second to get back in the first. They've already taken Ashton Genty. They already have the quarterback. They've paid Stephon Diggs. So he's dealing a second this year and a second next year to get ahead of it, to get his franchise left tackle for Drake May. Donovan Jackson at 30 to New England. The Chiefs are pissed because they wanted Tyler Booker. They could put him to replace Joe Thuney. They wanted one of these tackles because eventually they're going to have to place Jawan Taylor. But instead, they go defensive line. Help out Chris Jones with Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. He'll go next to Jones for right now, but eventually they hope might be able to help replace Jones along with George Karlaftis, which puts the Eagles on the clock at 32. This is so easy, right? Mykel Williams out of Georgia at 32 to the Eagles. Mykel Williams was hurt all of last season. His production dropped a little bit. Injuries are a concern. That's why he will drop. But it's Philly. On the clock at 32, they take Mykel Williams out of Georgia. He joins Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Keely Ringo, and the rest of that Georgia crew. Mykel Williams at 32 to the Eagles. So that's the first round, from Cam Ward at 1 to Mykel Williams. The Titans are on the clock with pick 35. First, though, Cleveland at 33, round 2. What do the Titans do what do they do at 35? Well, do they keep the pick, trade up? Or what? We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, mock draft 2.0, round 2 is next. 102.5, 106.3 The Game. round one in the books. We are to round two. Cleveland is on the clock at 33, but here are the best players available after night one of the draft. And this is their consensus big board ranking. 15, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M is still available. Omari and Hampton, the running back out of USC at 24. Nick Emanawari, the safety out of USC, South Carolina. He is the 25th player. Derek Harmon, 31st out of Oregon, defensive lineman. And Maxwell Hairston is the top corner available. He's the 36th consensus prospect corner out of Kentucky. So Cleveland is on the clock at 33. The Titans are at 35. What do? Do you try to wait on Shamar Stewart? Do you go edge right? What do they do? But round two has started. Cleveland is on the clock at 33. And Jacksonville trades up to start the night. They go from 36 to 33. They take Derek Harmon, the defensive lineman out of Oregon. Meanwhile, the Giants are at 34. And again, there's a trade. Chicago moves up from pick 39 and goes Omari and Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, which puts the Tennessee Titans on the clock with pick number 35. And there's a trade. Tennessee trades pick 35 to the Buffalo Bills, who also held the 38th pick. They trade 35 to Buffalo for 56 in the second round, 62 in the second round, and a fifth rounder. So they add a fifth, and they trade for 2 second rounders. They turn 35 into 2 second rounders, and the Buffalo Bills select Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M. Now, Cleveland is there at 36. They traded back with Jacksonville. Why? Because they want the quarterback Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. They go him at 36. The Raiders at 37 go Trey Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss. The Bills back on the clock at 38. Maxwell Hairston, the corner out of Kentucky, goes off the board. The Bills needs edge rusher, corner at third. They've picked up an extra second for next year with the trade with New England. They get Shamar Stewart and Maxwell Hairston with their 2 picks. The Giants at 39 go Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver out of Iowa State. New Orleans on the clock after taking Shedeur Sanders with the 19th overall pick. Go Darius Alexander out of Toledo, a defensive lineman with the 40th pick. Chicago on the clock at 41 goes Jack Sawyer, the pass rusher out of Ohio State. Boy, I really like Jack Sawyer. I like those very, very productive college players. He goes to Chicago. The Jets at 42 go TJ Sanders, the defensive lineman out of South Carolina. So now they've taken care of tackle and defensive line. San Francisco at 43, they replace Hafwanga, who leaves with Kevin Winston Jr., the safety out of Penn State. Jerry back on the clock at 44. He goes best player available here, takes an edge rusher, Nick Scorton, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M, not very productive last year after transferring from Purdue, but that's okay. Won't him. Jerry goes with him at 44. Meanwhile, Indianapolis is on the clock at pick number 45. They've already gone tight end with their first pick, Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame at 45 to the Colts. The Falcons are on the board. TD's going to hate this. Landon Jackson, the edge rusher out of Arkansas at 46 to the Falcons. Again, the Titans had the shot to take him at 35, but they traded back with Buffalo. They passed on Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson at 46 goes to the Falcons. Arizona on the clock. They got Tyler Booker, the guard, in the first round. They need a D lineman. They need a corner. They go best corner available here, which also happens to be the best player available. That's Benjamin Morrison, the corner out of Notre Dame, goes at 47 to Arizona. Meanwhile, another team that needs a corner, Miami on the clock at 48. Darian Porter, the corner out of Iowa State, goes off the board there. Cincinnati, we talked about them. The first pick, Jahad Campbell out of Alabama. They're not going to draft on offense in Cincinnati. Why? Because they're paying the quarterback. They're paying the 2 receivers. They've got a tight end. They've got a left tackle they're paying. They drafted a tackle in the first round to play right tackle last year. Defense. They go Tylik Williams out of Ohio State at pick number 49. Now Seattle is on the clock with pick number 50. And this one, boy, this was a pick I would have loved for the Titans, who are picking at 56. This is a pick I would have loved. Instead, JT Tuimoloau, again, I can't pronounce his last name, but he's from Ohio State. He was the other guy with Jack Sawyer. He goes at pick 50 to the Seattle Seahawks. 51 in round number 2. Back on the clock, Tampa Bay. They trade with Denver, who sits at 51. There's kind of a run on the edge rushers. Again, teams that need edge rushing help are still to pick. They say, okay, we got to get ahead of this. They go with Braden Swinson, the edge rusher out of LSU. He goes to Tampa Bay at 51. Tampa Bay is also another team. They're going to draft defense. Why? Because they're spending so much money on offense. The Saints are back on the clock. They've already drafted Shedeur Sanders in round 1. Derek Carr up in the air, may not play. They may have to turn it over to Shedeur Sanders right away. They went defense with their second pick. Jalen Royals, the wide receiver out of Utah State at pick number 52. That's a trade up with Pittsburgh. That's the pick New Orleans makes. Denver on the clock. Boy, they already got Luther Burden third. They already have Cortland Sutton. They've got a tight end. They pay for their offensive line. Trayvon Henderson. Now we're going to see some running backs go off the board. Trayvon Henderson off the board to from Ohio State to the Broncos at 53. Now Green Bay is on the clock. They wanted to go receiver in round 1. All the receivers came off the board, so they went with Donovan Ezaraku, the pass rusher out of Boston College. They go Elick Aomanor, the wide receiver out of Stanford, best player available at 54, goes to the Green Bay Packers. And now the Chargers at 55. Remember, the Titans traded back to 56 with Buffalo. So they're at 56. The Chargers are on the board. They already went Emeka Egbuka at wide receiver. They need a tight end. And they're looking at the Titans at 56, who have already taken Cam Ward out of Miami. And the Chargers go with Elijah Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami, pick number 55. The Titans are on the clock. They've got picks 56. They've got pick 62. They are on the clock for the rest of the second round. Who do they take? Tennessee on the clock with the 56th pick. And that's next. Stillman and Company, mock draft 2.0. We're into round 2. 102.5, 106.3 the game. Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0 on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. The Titans at pick 35 in round 2. They took Cam Ward number 1 overall. The Titans at 35 traded with Buffalo for picks 56, 62, and a 5th round pick. And the Titans are on the clock at 56. The best remaining players, according to the consensus big board, corner Siobhan Ravel at 38 from ECU, corner Azare Thomas from FSU at 51, quarterback Jalen Milroe, quarterback Alabama at 44, Aronte Early, the tackle from Minnesota, is the 45th best player. Mason Taylor, consensus 48th, the tight end out of LSU. Tennessee on the clock. Cam Ward in the kitty. Titans on the clock with their first of 2 second-round picks at 56. The Tennessee Titans select Jack Besh, wide receiver out of TCU. That means no Kyle Williams, the guy that a lot of people think because he and Cam Ward were tight from their days at Washington State. You're going to think, wait a minute, what about? No, Besh is bigger, he's more productive, and he's got a higher grade. The Titans cannot take a 3rd-round graded player in the 2nd round. Jack Besh, TCU off the board at 56. Meanwhile, Carolina at pick 57 goes with Princely Umanamelian, an edge rusher out of Ole Miss. The Texans are on the clock at 58. They've already gone with Teteroa McMillan in the 1st round. They go Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, the guard. And that's to get ahead of the Ravens, who have pick 59. They do go best player available. Siobhan Ravel, the corner, out of East Carolina. Meanwhile, the Lions back on the clock. They already went with an edge rusher, James Pierce, in the 1st round at pick number 60. They go inside backer, Demetrius Knight Jr. out of South Carolina. He goes off the board at 60. Washington on the clock at 61. They go best player available. They need a corner, Azare Thomas, the corner out of Florida State. Tennessee on the clock, pick number 62. Jared Ivey, the edge rusher out of Ole Miss. They need a quarterback. They got it at pick 1. They need a receiver. They got it with their 2nd-round pick, their first 2nd-round pick in Jack Besh. We all know they need an edge rusher. Jared Ivey, the edge rusher out of Ole Miss, 8 sacks each of the last 3 years. That is consistent production. And they're looking for consistent production in the mold of kind of the Harold Landry replacement. They're not looking for a star to replace Harold Landry. They're looking for consistency. Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss, pick number 62, to go with Cam Ward at 1 and Jack Besh at 56. Kansas City on the clock at 63. They go with Kyle Williams, the wide receiver out of Washington State. Patrick Mahomes has to throw the ball to somebody. Now, they've got Xavier Worthy. They've got Rashee Rice, you would think, coming back. But they need receivers. Speed, Williams has it. They go with him at 63. And the Eagles at 64 go with another guy TD loves, Kyle Kennard, the pass rusher out of South Carolina. They double up on pass rushers. Do the Philadelphia Eagles, going with Michael Williams in round 1 and Kyle Kennard in round 2. So there you go. The Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0, the first 2 rounds from Cam Ward at number 1 overall, all the way to Kyle Kennard with pick number 64 to the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll tell you some of the picks I'm especially proud of. Ashton Genty at 4 to the Patriots. Again, I think Vrabel needs to replicate that Derrick Henry type back, and that's what he's going to do at 4 with Ashton Genty. And I really, really, really love the pick of them trading back up into the 1st round to get Donovan Jackson. That's a player I'd love on the Titans, although they got tackles and guards now. That's a player I'd love. Shedeur Sanders goes off the board at 18 to New Orleans. Again, breaking news, Derek Carr. According to Ian Rappaport, Derek Carr has a shoulder injury that may require surgery and has put his availability up in the air. So who knows what that means. And again, the Titans picks, number 1, Cam Ward out of Miami. Surprise, surprise. Number 2, after a trade with the Bills at 35, they trade out of the pick. They pick up Buffalo's 2 second rounders and they turn around and they take Jack Besh, the wide receiver out of TCU. Though personally, I have some injury concerns with Jack Besh, and I know that this group does a much better job as far as the injury bug is concerned. I've got some concerns with Jack Besh, but they go Jack Besh at 56 and then turn around and take Jared Ivey, the pass rusher out of Ole Miss, at pick number 62. That is Jared Stillman mock draft 2.0. And I'm not going to just take Cam Ward's college buddy just for fun. Curtis says this is a horrible draft. Do you mean like the whole all 64 picks, or do you mean the 3 picks the Titans make? Randy says Jared has more trades than they've had together in the last 5 years, and also says, good to hear you again, David Reed. I mean, I look at the trades. Let's see. We traded from 9 to 11, from 11 to 18, and 16 to 20. I figure that's typical draft night. I mean, where would we get crazy if I traded TJ Watt in the middle of the draft and said, oh, yeah, they're going to trade TJ Watt. They're going to go to pick number 3, and they're going to take Shedeur. I didn't do that, which that would have been crazy. But again, that's mock draft 2.0. And if you missed any of the earlier parts of it, like if you just are joining now for the second round, you want to check out the first round, we'll have the podcast up. The hour 3 podcast from today, we'll have mock draft 2.0. Okay, big news in Knoxville. Nico Iamaleava wants $2 million extra, reportedly. And I'd say really good sourcing from those reports. Meanwhile, he skipped practice today. The spring portal window is set to open. What does that mean? And Chad Withrow will join us next, and I got a feeling he's got an opinion on this. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game National Studios, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. And as the world turns, so do the days of our Vols, where, again, out of nowhere yesterday, on 3, Pete Nakos reported that Nico Iamaleava, who signed a 4-year, $8 million contract to come to Tennessee when NIL became a thing in 2021, wants $2 million extra and is using the leverage of the spring portal opening momentarily as a way to try to get the $2 million extra. Meanwhile, Iamaleava's father came out and said he had no idea of this and absolutely besmirched the name of Pete Nakos, a very well-respected reporter, to which Shannon Terry, who owns On 3, said that Pete Nakos will be getting a raise for whatever that's worth. And again, if Shannon Terry says he's giving him a raise, he's definitely giving him a raise. What I say by all of this, though, is that it is obviously true because Nico Iamaleava skipped spring practice today. So who knows where they go from here? Chad Withrow joins us now on the program. Chad, of course, from Outkick, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, your bank for small business. Chad, your reaction to the Nico Iamaleava story?
I think Tennessee should let him walk. I really do. I think it's kind of bluff. I don't think Nico Iamaleava is worth another $2 million for Tennessee or anybody for that matter. I understand that the market is different than when he signed, but let's put all this into perspective. When Nico signed with Tennessee, everybody called Tennessee crazy for paying $8 million or $2 million a year to a quarterback that was unproven who had never taken a snap. Tennessee took a big leap at the time. They were the first school to really do this one. Tennessee was the school that everyone pointed to that was paying the guy $2 million a year. So he's set to make $6 million. Now, Tennessee didn't ask for the money back when he sat on the bench for a year. They paid him $2 million that year. He made $2 million to be a backup in his first year to Joe Milton. In year 2, he made $2 million. The team went to the playoff. That's a win. That's successful. He wasn't bad. He wasn't great either in that year. But then now to come back and demand $4 million because Carson Beck or Darian Mensah at Duke gets $4 million. There's a big difference in this. Those guys are getting $4 million. They're getting a ton of money. Cam Ward also did because they are a one-year savior fix for a program at quarterback. So Tennessee went out on a limb for Nico originally, got him to commit by offering him more money than anyone else would at the time. And now Nico and his camp are rewarding Tennessee for that by saying, hey, double my pay. So now I'm going to make $10 million or $7 or $8 million over the course of my time here or whatever it is. And I think at some point you got to put your foot down because if you meet his demands and do this, Tennessee's going to have 20 to 30 more players marching into the office of Josh Heupel and Spire Sports and demanding more money to stay at Tennessee. And I think you create a culture which is already difficult to establish a good one in this NIL era. You establish an even worse culture by doing that. You might lose 1, 2, 3 more games in 2025. But if you're Josh Heupel in Tennessee, you stick to your guns here. You tell Nico to get lost and go have fun at UCLA or Oregon. You develop Jake Merklinger, who is an almost 5-star quarterback. That's the backup right now. You go get a quarterback in the transfer portal, and you roll with those guys. And I'm fine with Tennessee doing that, even if it means they lose 2 more games in 2025, because I'm sick of it, quite frankly.
Okay, with that being said, what if they call Nico's bluff and Nico says, okay, fine, I'll play for the $2 million, all good. Is it all good?
No, I wouldn't allow him back in either circumstance.
Wow.
If I'm Josh Heupel. He's shown himself for what he is. And look, he may be a guy who's getting bad advice right now, right? If he wanted to come hat in hands and apologize to the team and apologize to Josh Heupel and say that his running back coach of a handler who's also a loose cannon on social media and his dad conspired to do this and get him out of there and to skip practice and do all that, then maybe I'd be willing to listen to it, but he's not going to do that. He's a kid who's not going to apologize. No one around him is going to apologize. And Jared, you know this about the quarterback position. We've been talking about a future quarterback with the Titans for months now on this show. The quarterback position is different. And if you were going to be a quarterback, you can't lead a group of football players after doing something like this, after bailing on them. There's already reports that all of the leadership at Tennessee on that football team, they're pissed at Nico for pulling this move. And they're mad at him for being a little bit in and out throughout this spring practice, apparently, because he didn't get the money that he wanted right at the end of the season. So I don't think there's any way you bring him back. And I think it's going to lead to Josh Heupel being less respected, quite frankly, if they bring him back. And I'll say this, and there's not many people in the media saying it right now, but I'll say it. I'm out on Nico. I'm completely out. Mentally, I've completely moved on. He needs to leave. He needs to go somewhere else and play quarterback, and Tennessee needs to roll. By the way, it's not like Tennessee didn't pay George McIntyre, too, a five-star quarterback from Brentwood Academy. They didn't get a hometown discount for him, even though he's in state. They're paying Jake Merklinger also. There comes a point where money is not unlimited, and you can't pay every quarterback on your roster exactly what they want. So, again, at this point, I think Nico's probably a fine kid. He's a good football player, but he didn't have a great season this past year. There's no guarantee he's going to have a great season this year. I say good riddance.
Chad, do you worry at all that Nico might have be like that? There may be, with all the hype that came in with Nico when he signed the first NIL deal, that maybe he's about to turn a corner. And if you were to pull out now, not only would you hurt the team for this upcoming season, but you also would be missing out on what could be a special quarterback. Because I think we can agree Nico has talent, but would you be worried about that at all?
Well, and look, that's the downfall of the decision you make. That is a tough decision, right? I'm not going to pretend that it's an easy call for John. I'm telling you how I would react to it. And it's probably why, with my temperament, I'm not a coach at that level. I would tell him to get lost. I'd call him on the phone and tell him to stay wherever he was if he never showed in practice. And I'm not going to coach you anymore. And I'm sure Josh Heupel feels awful about this and very disappointed because he's invested a lot in Nico also for him to be his quarterback. So I know he's probably upset about all of this. But, yeah, then that's the downside is, look, he goes to Oregon or he goes to UCLA and he is a star in the Big Ten and he's a top 5 pick in the NFL draft next year and leads them to a playoff and Tennessee ends up going 7-5, right? That's the risk you're taking with all of this. But I also think that if you're okay having a short-term downslide for this year to establish what you want in your football team and how you're going to do business in this NIL era that is still the complete Wild West. We don't know where it's going to go with this house settlement. We don't know how things are going to progress in terms of revenue share and all that and what's next in this. But Tennessee was one of the leaders in NIL in the beginning, and they were on the forefront, of this deal with Nico, and it's backfired. And it's probably not shocking when you think about it that a deal for a guy that was in high school that got guaranteed this much money for multiple years is looking like it's going to backfire before it really pays off in Tennessee. But you live and you learn. And I think this is part of the learning from it is that you don't bend to the demands of a terrorist in this situation, which is Nico asking to double his pay from $2 to $4 million this year. You're not going to be held hostage by anyone on your team. And I think if Tennessee and Josh Heupel does that, yeah, they may lose an extra game or two this year, but I think they're better off in the long run. And I also don't know that it sends a great signal to everyone else out there about what Tennessee is. You don't want to become the school like A&M was a few years back under Jimbo Fisher that just paid top dollar and got the wrong types of dudes. I feel like Nico's the wrong type of dude to lead a football team right now. That's what I see in him.
It's funny you say that about the idea of getting the wrong types of dudes, because I was thinking about this earlier today and I thought to myself, this feels like a Butch Jones problem. Like, this does not feel like a Josh Heupel, Danny White problem. Since they've come to Tennessee, they've really gotten rid of a lot of the extracurricular stuff. What do you make of Nico? Because it didn't feel like Nico in the 2 years that he was the quarterback. He didn't complain about sitting on the bench behind Joe Milton. I don't remember any problems with Nico other than his actual play. But what do you make of this Butch Jones level problem that Tennessee has on their hands right now?
Yeah, it's a good comparison. It does feel like a Butch Jones there. And it was so shocking because Tennessee's not been in the news negatively in so long. This is something like, oh my gosh, this is so Tennessee. Well, that was 5 years ago. Like with Josh Heupel and Rick Barnes, this stuff rarely happens at Tennessee where you see any big issues like this. So it was a little shocking and jarring when I first saw it. And that's where Tennessee is right now. It's very different than it was even a few years back. But, yeah, I mean, it does feel like a Butch Jones type problem. And look, I don't know ultimately where Nico's going to go with his career. He may turn out to be a great NFL player. This may be all his handler and his dad, but he's listening to them, right? He's doing whatever they're asking, or he's doing it on his own. And either way, it's not good. He's either got terrible advice and bad people around him, or he's the problem because he's the one that's got his feelings hurt and he wants to leave the team now. And I would ask this question. You think Arch Manning would ever pull something like this?
I said that at the top of the show. I said I would be, not only would I be floored if Arch Manning pulled this, I would be appalled if Arch Manning pulled this. But here's the difference, Chad. I think Arch Manning wants to be at Texas. I'm not convinced that Nico is anything more than, I hate to say it, anything more than a prostitute when it comes to wanting to play for Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part. I agree with you. And again, if you go down this road where it's just always about top dollar, and you're taking guys for that, coaches that I talk to, they're not worried about overpaying a guy a lot of times or paying him a lot of money or them making a lot of money. They're just worried about giving the wrong guys money, right? That we're going to pay the wrong type of guy. It's what A&M is the classic example. They had the best recruiting class in the history of recruiting classes, and very few of those guys worked out under Jimbo Fisher because you got this mishmash, hodgepodge, potpourri collection of dudes that were all in it for the money and did not care about Texas A&M, did not care about whatever culture Jimbo Fisher had, ultimately didn't care about winning games in the SEC or winning championships. They wanted to go get paid, and that's what they did. You don't want Tennessee to become that program. And I do believe that if Josh Heupel in Spire Sports gives Nico this money, they risk becoming that type of program. It's not worth it. And I'll also say this. I believe Josh Heupel, who took Hendon Hooker, a guy who could not start at Virginia Tech, who lost his job at Virginia Tech, and turned him into a Heisman Trophy hopeful at Tennessee. I think he can get Jake Merklinger or George McIntyre or name the transfer from another program that's a veteran to come in and throw for 200 yards per game like Nico did. And probably could get someone who could run it a little bit like Nico. Like, I just don't think this is something that sets the program back as much as a lot of fans believe it. Do I think it makes Tennessee better? Heck no. They're better with their starting quarterback coming out of spring practice who got all the starting quarterback reps. If he's a part of that team, they're better. They're a worse team without Nico right now, but I don't think Nico not being there damns this team to oblivion or anything like that. I think Josh Heupel's good enough where they can get another quarterback or develop one on their roster and still be pretty good in 2025.
Would you be okay as a Tennessee fan, Chad Withrow, with us, if this team goes 7-5 next year, simply because they're running out of true freshman George McIntyre at quarterback, or because Jake Merklinger in the SEC isn't what they expect out of Nico? Would you be okay with 7-5 if it meant not caving to Nico?
On April 11th, absolutely. I'd be okay with it. Check back with me in November if that's the case, because I probably won't be as okay with it. And I'm honest about that at least. And I think every fan can probably feel that way right now. Like, you can get puffed up and be like, oh, man, I don't want this guy. He sucks. He's a diva. He's this. Go back to the West Coast where you're from. All those things, you can have those feelings right now. It doesn't make it any easier when you're inside of it and you're losing games and you're watching someone else do well at another school who left. But I'll say it right now. I think it's what's best for the culture of this program to let him walk and then continue to develop the guys you have on your roster. But will it make it any easier on me or any other Tennessee fan when you're in the middle of it and you're losing 2 or 3 more games than you might have otherwise lost? No. I'm not going to say it's going to make it any more comfortable or any easier. Now, the big part of this that I'm going to be watching is Tennessee just had to pay Mike Matthews, a 5-star receiver, to stay after his freshman year. Didn't play much last year, played a lot more at the end of the year. But a big part of that sales pitch was Nico going to bat for him, wanting to get him more money so he would stay because he liked him so much. And Tennessee got him a new NIL deal where he stayed, and he flirted with the transfer portal right after the season, but he stayed. Does Mike Matthews follow Nico? Do other receivers follow Nico? Do other offensive players bolt because they look around and say, well, we're not going to be as good without Nico? I mean, that's something to watch. And if that happens, that's where it could become a big problem on the field.
Last one on the Nico front. Chad Withrow with us. Do you actually think there is $4 million? You brought up Oregon and UCLA. Do you actually think there is $4 million out there for Nico?
Look, I think if someone convinces themselves that they're desperate enough and they want to keep the good times rolling, like in Oregon, let's say, I think there's $4 million in Nike from Oregon, yes, for Nico. I know they've got Dante Moore, right, who's the projected starter right now, former 5-star guy also on campus. Yeah, I think someone could be desperate enough to do that. But again, we're talking about different markets here. Like Nico is coming back and saying, hey, Carson Beck got close to $4 million. Reports are Darian Mensah got $4 million to go to Duke. These are more one-year fixed guys. Nico was given this money as a 17-year-old to come to Tennessee as a long-term project and a long-term financial investment of a lot of money, a lot more money than the $3 or $4 million he might get paid somewhere else right now over time. And now he wants to go back on that deal and say, well, I want to be treated like I'm an incoming fix to the program in a one-year transfer situation that's going to solve your quarterback situation, when that's not what the original deal was. So I think people are talking about, well, the market this, the market that. Well, let's factor in the dude was paid $2 million to not play from Tennessee before this happened. And then think to yourself, how would you feel if you're Spire Sports, Josh Heupel in Tennessee right now, that gave that money to a kid who had not played because they believed he was the guy for multiple years and dedicated what would be $8 million to him if he stayed all 4 years, more than likely 6, if he's as good as you believe because he's going pro. And then he decides after 2 years, 1 year as a starter, where he averaged 200 yards per game passing and did not light up the scoreboard, that now he wants to be treated like he's an incoming transfer quarterback. I would not be happy about it. I would not meet his demands. And if I'm a Tennessee fan, I'm not that concerned with him leaving.
Chad Withrow from Outkick, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee on the program. The hot seat awaits next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company Fireball Hot Take Friday. Chad Withrow with us, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee, your bank for small business. Chad, it is time for the hot seat. Do you have a thought, or do you want to go right to the hot seat?
I like that music David Reed is playing. That's my thought. That was a great throwback. And it's good to hear David Reed's voice again also.
It is good to have David Reed on the team. Okay, number one, the Derek Carr injury. Ian Rappaport reporting that he has a shoulder injury. Surgery is on the table, and he may be out for the season. The Derek Carr injury to the Saints means what?
Cousins time, maybe? Obviously, everyone has been talking about Shedeur Sanders to the Saints to begin with. So I do think that ups the chance of them going quarterback and maybe trying to trade up. But I'm going to go say the immediate effect of that is that the Saints will definitely be taking a quarterback with their first pick, whether they trade up, trade back, or stick there at number 9 and pick. They're taking a quarterback.
Supposedly, they've already had Shedeur in, and they today had Tyler Shuck in for a visit. So they are looking quarterback. And it was reported that the entire Saints contingency went to the Cam Ward Pro Day. Again, it sounds like the Titans are going to take Cam Ward, but if there was going to be a Godfather offer, maybe that gets the Saints to want to be at least a little interested, which takes me to number 2. There's a lot of talk of Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft. He's visiting with the Steelers, who hold the 21st pick in the draft. Chad Withrow, do you buy that Shedeur Sanders is falling? And if so, how far?
I don't buy it. And I really think that the Browns signing, everybody immediately pointed to 2 things when the Browns signed Joe Flacco. Was that's bad news for Kirk Cousins about being a starter this year, because the Browns is a possibility, and that Shedeur Sanders should be very happy because now he's going to be the number 2 overall pick. I'm kind of buying that. I think that the Browns are likely to take Shedeur Sanders at number 2 or at some point in this draft. So I'm going to go, he's not going to fall that far. I'd be really surprised. But I really think the Browns are one to watch at number 2 to take Sanders.
See, I'm a little surprised by that. I think the Browns are going to go Travis Hunter, like everybody's saying, but maybe I'm just a sheep. I don't know. Which does take me to the Browns. It actually takes me to Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter did not work out at the combine. It was revealed that he had a stress reaction. His agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said that he would heal up and be ready for his pro day on March 28th. However, March 28th came and went. Abdul Carter did not work out at his pro day, as he was reportedly, according to Rosenhaus, healing from his shoulder injury, not his foot. The medical recheck in Indianapolis this week showed that Abdul Carter's foot was healing, according to Drew Rosenhaus, but the word he used was healing, not healed. How concerned are you with Abdul Carter's foot injury?
I do not like it. I think it to me, it doesn't drop him drastically in the draft, but especially with a foot that's problematic and still not completely healed, I would be concerned. I mean, look, the Titans know full well about drafting guys with injury concerns coming into the draft and how that usually turns out. So I would be worried he's still going to be a top 5 pick, but if I'm one of these teams, it's something I would definitely need to do my research on. It would bother me about.
Number 4. Mel Kiper Jr.'s latest mock draft has Jalen Milroe going off the board at number 34 to the Giants. Chad Withrow, do you believe Jalen Milroe is a first or second round caliber quarterback?
I believe that he will go in the first or second round. I believe he is more late second round, early third round caliber. But I always say this with quarterbacks. I mean, desperation gets teams to draft higher than they otherwise would. So I'm not going to be surprised at all if he's a late first round pick in this draft. 4 to the Giants would not surprise me either. I think he's probably more late second, third round caliber quarterback that's going to go late first round, early second round because someone's going to be desperate.
Number 5, if Mike Vrabel called you and said, Chad, what should I do with the 4th overall pick? And let's assume Ward, Carter, and Hunter in some order are gone. If Mike Vrabel called you and said, what should I do with the 4th overall pick? And remember that Will Campbell at LSU has short arms. What would you tell him?
I would draft either a receiver, but I don't know that there's one. Goodness, I don't think that there's one good enough at that spot that I would take. I'm going something to help out Drake May, right? It's either Will Campbell, it's Mimbo, it's someone at offensive tackle that's going to help your team. And I'll give you an outside candidate that I think would really help the Patriots. Tyler Warren from Penn State would be one that would be pretty good to pair with Drake May. So, I'm going something to help out my quarterback that I'm sure Mike Vrabel thinks highly of. We all do. So I'm going one of those two tackles, or because I don't think there's a receiver there that I love enough to take that high, Tyler Warren from Penn State.
Okay, hear me out on this. Genty at 4 and use him like Derrick Henry. And I do think that would help Drake May.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially given what Mike Vrabel thinks about the running game and having a workhorse back like that. I like it. I don't hate that at all. And again, that's someone else that falls in line with the category I'm talking about. Someone that's going to help Drake May on the offensive side. And Ashton Genty would certainly help Drake May.
What are your thoughts on Ja Morant's gun celebrations and his latest, the grenade celebration? Morant says he will continue it, quote, until it is a problem.
I mean, what are the fines not a problem, I guess? Because he got fined for it before, right? I just look, I think it's a guy who just doesn't care, right? Like, he's been in trouble. He's posted pictures with guns. He beat up a high school kid at his house because of a pickup game altercation and got in trouble with that. His dad's getting thrown out courtside for arguing with the refs during games. He just doesn't care. I mean, at some point, it's just, this is the situation we're in right now because Adam Silver doesn't have balls and won't do what's necessary, which is he suspended him one time before for a long time. But, I mean, do you think this would be happening under David Stern?
No.
What?
I mean, no, this would absolutely not happen under David Stern.
David Stern in 2004, there was the Malice in the Palace, and he made all the players wear suits to games. He changed the dress code immediately for everybody in the league because of that. David Stern, if you believe the theory, was going to suspend Michael Jordan for a year for gambling. And then he went and played baseball instead. I mean, it's a weak commissioner, and it's a weak look by the commissioner in the league to not do something about it. Again, if you care about it. If you don't really care about it and you think it's nothing, then you don't do anything about it. But they clearly care about the image of Ja Morant posing with guns, getting in trouble with a gun in a nightclub in Denver or wherever he was on the road. All these things happening and piling up. If you care about it, then you need to do something about it and not allow it to continue. But if Adam Silver is going to allow it, as Ja said, he's going to continue to do it.
Here's my problem with Ja and Adam Silver. And I mean, this really doesn't help Memphis's reputation. And I'm not the biggest Memphis fan in the world, but to have the star basketball player in Memphis basically be like, I'm going to do gun and grenade celebrations and I don't care, who cares? I think that hurts Memphis's reputation.
Yeah, I get, so I saw the other day that Memphis is the most dangerous city in America for like the second straight year. Some report on that. And then I keep getting these emails. I don't know what algorithm I'm in, but I keep getting these emails to me talking about how affordable the housing market is in Memphis. And I'm thinking, gee, I wonder why that is. Boy, I can get a lot of house in Memphis right now for not a lot of money. Oh, wow. I wonder, it's because it's the most dangerous city in America. That's why housing is so affordable in Memphis. I completely agree with you. I think it's a bad look for Memphis. I think it's a bad look that people in Memphis defend Ja Morant at all turns. Even people who aren't out committing crimes are defending him. And I think it's a terrible look. And it also kind of goes hand in hand with that city. And so, look, I was in Memphis recently for a Grizzlies game. And the best way I can describe it, if you look around Nashville and think about Nashville in 1987 versus now, and even Nashville in 2007 or 2017 versus now, how much has changed and how much it's progressed and the buildings that have gone up and everything else. Now Memphis is what Memphis was in 1987 downtown. The only thing different is the FedEx Forum. That's it. Beale Street's exactly the same. The buildings downtown the same. Nothing has changed. Nothing has gotten better everywhere around that city. And John Morant is a symptom of that, and especially the response from Grizzlies fans has been a symptom of that.
Do you own any Masters logo related paraphernalia?
Yeah, I'm wearing a shirt right now, actually. I own 2 shirts that's Masters logo related that I bought at the pro shop when I went.
Do you wear it like during the year, or do you just wear it during Masters week?
I typically just wear it. I may wear it like one other time during the spring, but I basically only wear it on the Thursday and Friday of the tournament. I heard your rant about not getting the Masters or not.
I think that's acceptable to do it during the Masters. I think when you cry in June about Augusta, that's when it's too much for me.
I think that, first off, the logo is really cool. So that's just a big part of it. Like, it's a good-looking logo that's immediately recognizable to people, and that's one of the reasons I like it. It was never anything. I enjoyed watching the tournament, but until I went, it was never something that I would put at the top of my list of places to go. But once you go, man, I am telling you, even the most cynical of souls like yourself, Jared, you would love it. It is, I mean, the way Chick-fil-A and their efficiency and how quickly you can get through a drive-through mixed with like Disneyland and customer service and the way they've perfected that. It's just, they have perfected the experience at Augusta National. It's hard to describe, but when you're there, you get it. I mean, I don't know what they do to kill off all the animals where you're not even bothered by a bird chirping, or if it is a bird chirping, it's probably some fake sound coming from speakers somewhere. You don't see a squirrel on that property. There's not a piece of pine straw out of place. It is incredible. So to walk those grounds is pretty special, and I bet even if you did it, you would love it.
Last one for you. The Atlanta Braves are 3-9. They haven't missed the playoffs since 2017. Baseball recently has made it infinitely easier to make the playoffs. Are the Braves toast?
They're cooked. They're done. I called it at 0-7, Jared. I'm that guy. I called it. I was getting ready to call it right when I joked. You know, they lost their first 2 or 3 games in March. And I said, okay, season starts in April. March is not a baseball month. Season starts now for our Atlanta Braves. And then they proceed to lose the next 4 games and start 0-7. This team is not that good. That's what I see with this team. I think it's a team that probably should have done something with Austin Riley and Michael Harris to get different profile hitters at some point. I think it's not a great lineup, especially with with Profar out with the suspension and with Ronald Acuna Jr. not in the lineup with injury. I'm not impressed so far. The bullpen is done, Jared. I'm going to be that guy that rushes to judgment, but I guarantee you by September, you're going to be calling me a genius because they're not going to be close to the playoffs.
I'm not ready to do that yet, but I am very, very discouraged. Chad Withrow, presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee from Outkick. As always, by the way, the text line is blowing up about how there's no way to hurt Memphis's reputation worse than it already is now. Chad Withrow, as always, on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Good stuff. We'll talk soon.
A big series for the Braves at George Steinbrenner Stadium down in St. Petersburg this
I
weekend.
wonder when they're going to play at First Horizon Park. I mean, they're going out there. They got Sacramento. Why aren't we getting some major league games here?
It's hilarious to think about that, too. A team in your division, you're playing in a park named for the former owner of a rival in your division is the biggest little brother move that I've ever seen. But Memphis would know a thing or two about being the little brother. See you, Jared. Have a good weekend.
Great mic drop. Chad Withrow from Outkick, as always, on our program. So, again, the big news today, again, we've been following the Nico story, but Derek Carr's got a shoulder injury, and he might be out for the season. Does that mean anything for the Titans? We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game. Stillman and Company, some breaking news on this Fireball Hot Take Friday. According to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, the New Orleans Saints have an issue with Derek Carr. According to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport, Carr is dealing with a shoulder injury that threatens his availability for the upcoming season. Carr is weighing his options, they write at NFL.com, including the possibility of surgery. The Saints hold the number 9 overall pick in the 2025 draft, which could be impacted heavily by Carr's shoulder and decision on how to proceed. As of right now, the New Orleans Saints actually have Tyler Shuck, the quarterback out of Louisville, in their building. So he is right now on a top 30 visit to New Orleans. Diana Rossini reports that this does not come as a surprise to the New Orleans Saints. So I have this one question to ask, which is, what does the Derek Carr injury mean for the Titans? And I'm going to say right now, it doesn't mean much. Simply because the Titans, it looks like they're going to take Cam Ward. And yet the Titans keep leaving open the possibility to a trade. I heard Diana Rossini, they played a cut on the midday show today, where Diana Rossini said that they probably will make the decision the day before the draft to go ahead and draft Cam Ward. I have a hard time believing that. I kind of feel like they've already made the decision, but I do wonder if this throws a wrench into it. Now, the last time a team moved from number 9 to number 1 for a quarterback, it was 2 years ago. Carolina held the 9th overall pick, and they moved all the way to number 1 with Chicago. And if you remember, that trade was DJ Moore, the first-round pick, number 1 overall, their first-round pick the next year, number 9 overall, their first-round pick the next year, which was number 1 overall, and I believe 2 second-rounders. So 3 firsts, let's say DJ Moore equals a first-rounder, 3 firsts, and 2 seconds. If New Orleans called and offered a similar trade to move up to number 1, personally, I would take it. But you all know that. I'm not on the boohoo Cam Ward crew. I'm also not on the, well, you have to take Cam because you don't have a quarterback, so it'll be okay if he's not that good, if he's only like Baker Mayfield. I'm not in that group either. Which I heard D. Mace yelling and screaming today because I think that C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts, which I think is wild and crazy. You know, TD said to me yesterday, Reed, I don't remember if this was on the air or off the air, but I asked TD who he thought was better between Stroud and Hurts, and he said Hurts. And I'm like, if you think Jalen Hurts is better than C.J. Stroud, you are crazy. But again, I'm not a Cam Ward guy. So if the Saints called today and they made that offer, again, the mega offer to move up to number 1, the Carolina offer to move up to number 1, I would do it. And then I would figure something out at quarterback, even if that means Brandon Allen. Levis, not an option to me. But big picture, I think that the dominoes are more about Shedeur Sanders. And do the Saints, who, again, in my mock draft, I have the Saints moving all the way back to 18 with Seattle and taking Shedeur Sanders. Is it about Shedeur Sanders? And now do you have to take him at 9? Chad Withrow on the show earlier this hour said he thinks the Saints might have to move up to get Shedeur Sanders. Or does this mean, hey, we're going to stay at 9 and we're going to take a quarterback? Maybe we take Jackson Dart with the 9th overall pick. Maybe we take Shedeur with the 9th overall pick. Maybe we take whoever's there. Like, we're not going to trade up for Shedeur. We have Shedeur ranked ahead of Dart, but it does kind of feel like the Saints are somewhat tied now to having to take a quarterback if Derek Carr is unlikely to play for this season. And finally, I think we can kind of stick a fork in Derek Carr. Like, I think we can all agree his career, it's probably at this point over, right? Like, at this point, we can say, hey, that's enough on Derek Carr. So what I'm saying is, as of right now, I don't think the Derek Carr news has a lot to do with the Titans or affects the Titans a lot. But it could, especially if the Saints decide, we don't like Shedeur, we don't like Dart. You know what? Let's give them the mega offer. Let's move up. Let's say they were to offer Olave 2 firsts and 2 seconds. I think you have to make that trade. That's just me. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Andrew from Dover, and our phone line driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Andrew from Dover says, what if the Saints ask you about Will Levis? What would you say? I'd say, do you need me to drive him or can he fly Southwest? That's what I would say. Are you paying for the bags that he has to check now on Southwest, or am I paying for the bags that he has to check now on Southwest? I have no interest in Levis one way or another. 615-737-1025. The news of the day, Nico Iamaleava missing practice, wanting some serious cash. I have a prediction. That's next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Can you tell Titan fans, in regards to your need, that they have nothing to worry about?
Titans fans, I'm here to tell you that you don't have anything to worry about from Legerius Sneed. Legerius Sneed is going to go out there every practice, every game, and give you my all. Go back and watch the film. I gave everybody my all, no matter what my knee condition that my knee was in. My knee is in great position. I know what to do to maintain my knee, or whatever I need to do. I got this end on my part. I'm just going out here and play ball. Just give Tennessee Titans fans and this organization all of me.
Well,
so the knee is not a problem.
Okay.
So they can start worrying about that.
Sounds like you can stop worrying about Legerius Sneed's knees. And the reason you can stop worrying about that is he apparently has much bigger problems. I'm just seeing this now. This broke within the hour. This is from the AP. Quote, a Texas man who says Titans corner Legerius Sneed or his personal assistant shot at him while he was sitting inside a Mercedes-Benz on a dealer lot in December is suing the two-time Super Bowl champ for at least $1 million. Christian Nishiyamana was sitting inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon on December 6th in Carlton, Texas. Neither he nor anyone else was hit by bullets fired from a Lamborghini Urus driving past the One Legacy Motors, much of which happened is redacted in the police report obtained by the Associated Press. Attorney Levi McCatherine said in a statement on Friday that Sneed's knee, right in my head, that Sneed and his accomplice were arrested by the Carrollton Police Department for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon after the shooting, but have yet to answer for it. McCatherine was also accused Sneed and a woman who identified herself as Sneed's mother of calling and threatening the victim afterward, wanting him to not cooperate with police or retain an attorney. According to McCatherine, the attorney, that they're, quote, the proof is there. There is video surveillance from the dealership showing the car and the person who opened fire on Christian. We want to know why this happened. So they're trying to figure out, why did they shoot at me? We're thankful no one was shot, but we continue to search for the reason behind this incident. Okay, so now I need to pull up last season's Titans schedule because who did they play? Was it the first Jacksonville game that they played around December 6th? Yes, it was the first Jacksonville game they played on December 8th. So why is Legerius Sneed in Texas the week of the game and not here in Nashville? Secondly, Sneed's knees are a problem. And third, apparently this seems, and these are allegations. I'm reading from the AP, but this seems very open and shut. At least I think it does. They have the video evidence, and the victim is trying to figure out, why did they shoot at me? And apparently they have the proof of Sneed or his mother and his mother tried to get him to drop, not cooperate with the police. Also, how did Legerius Sneed get arrested and nobody know until now? So this will be an ongoing development. So I'm going to make a prediction right here, right now. I believe that neither Nico Iamaleava, who is trying to extort Tennessee for $2 million, I do not believe that neither he nor Legerius Sneed will play another snap for their respective teams. Nico will not be the Vols quarterback on Monday, and Legerius Sneed will never play another snap for the Titans. That's my prediction. That's it for us. We're out of here. Stillman and company. We'll see everybody Monday at 2. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy the sports. And again, we'll see you Monday at 2.
here in the bottom of the third inning. He smoked it to right field and scores 2 here for the Doors. Vanderbilt leads by 2.
A 2 RBI single there. Then Jacob Humphrey would continue the big inning just a few batters later.
With 2 down, he throws. That's swung on a hit toward the right side. It's a base hit here for Humphrey. Rose is going to score. Bastine turns the corner. The throw from right field. It's cut off. And Vanderbilt tacks on 2 more. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning for Jacob Humphrey. He's up to 19 RBIs here in 25. The kid from Standish made. He delivers with 2 down. New score, Vanderbilt's out in front. 6-1.
6 runs in total for the Commodores in the third inning. Then in the 8th, Vandy took advantage of 3 bases-loaded walks to plate a few more. Then Tristan Bristow entered to finish off the game in the 9th inning.
Right versus right, the pitch. That's swung on, grounded toward the left side. There's Riker Wade. He gloves. He throws. There's Holcomb. They got him. 27 outs. Vanderbilt wins it. Final score 9-2. And Vanderbilt beats the Dayton Flyers. Vanderbilt runs its record to 25-8 and gets its 21st consecutive home midweek non-conference victory and gets a slice of revenge over the Flyers from last year's defeats.
Make it 5 wins in a row for the Commodores, and as Andrew mentioned, an impressive midweek winning streak continues. Now for another SEC road trip, the first ever conference matchup between Vandy and OU. The Sooners are scuffling a bit as of late, riding a 4-game losing streak after being swept at home by LSU last weekend and falling to Dallas Baptist back on Tuesday. Starting lineups and first pitch are right around the corner, as we'll get you going in just a few minutes. Coming up next, the voice of the Vandy Boys, Andrew Allegretta, talks with head coach Tim Corbin. But first, we look back on a great moment in Vanderbilt baseball history. You're listening to Vandy Boys Baseball on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield.
Great moments in Vandy Boys history. March 20th, 2021. Under clear skies on a perfect Music City Saturday, Vanderbilt opened SEC play at Hawkins Field against South Carolina. A youthful sophomore from New Jersey was set to pitch in a conference game for the first time in his career. The right-handed pitcher wobbled to his first SEC batter, a 6-pitch walk to Braylon Wimmer. That would be the last time Jack Leiter wobbled all afternoon. The young man with MLB bloodlines retired 27 in a row and with 16 South Carolina hitters in the process, the last of which the man who led off the game with a walk, Wimmer.
Jack Leiter's moment is here and now, a Vanderbilt no-hitter.
It was the third no-hitter under Coach Corbin, and just 2 years after Kumar Rocker's brilliant game versus Duke in the Super Regionals, Leiter and Rocker each finished with 179 strikeouts in 2021, the second most in a single season at Vanderbilt, behind only 194 by David Price in 2007. March 20th, 2021, Jack Leiter's no-hitter versus South Carolina. Another great moment in Vandy Boys history.
Reliable, quality, loved. Coach Corbin and the Vandy Boys personify everything that's good about collegiate baseball. Same goes with San Antonio Taco Company. Dependable, the freshest made from scratch ingredients, and loved. Just like San Antonio Taco Company's con queso, the Vandy baseball mystique is famous. Now, we can't tell you how the score will turn out during each Vandy game this season, but we can tell you where to get the best Tex-Mex in Nashville before and after the game. You got to go to Satco on 21st Avenue South and online at thesatco.com.
Vanderbilt Business offers degree and certificate programs designed to help you gain the knowledge, connections, and confidence to achieve your unique goals. We're committed to creating opportunities for you to discover, grow, and thrive at every stage of your career, whether you're just starting out or working your way to the C-suite. Let our dedicated staff and faculty help you take the next step in your professional journey. Visit vanderbiltbusiness.com/anchor down today. That's vanderbiltbusiness.com/anchor down.
It's time for our pre-game conversation with head coach Tim Corbin. Coach Corbin's comments are brought to you by First Bank. Money talks. Now it cheers. With new Vanderbilt debit cards from First Bank, you can bank on the doors every time you pay. First Bank. Carry Commodore pride. Bank local. Get more. Member FDIC. With Coach Corbin, here's Andrew Allegretta. Getting set for first pitch. Vanderbilt versus Oklahoma. Game 1 of a 3-game set here from Norman alongside the head coach, Tim Corbin. Coach, first, what has struck you the most about the way that your team has performed within the past week or so? It's 5 consecutive wins at the moment.
Pretty good. I mean, consistent. I think Tuesday night was just okay, actually, from an offensive standpoint, and really from a gamesmanship standpoint, too. But that's kind of just something I talked about with the players in general. But it's been good. I mean, the pitching's been good. We've defended the baseball, which has been good, and we've been able just to play with a little bit of confidence. Now, the time will tell. I mean, we got a road series this weekend, obviously, against a team that this is first time for everyone, really. But we just need to continue taking this a step at a time, really, and just trying to get better.
You talked about the fact that this is the first time for many. Of course, Vanderbilt and Oklahoma don't have a ton of history. I don't want to linger on this. I want to focus on today's game, but I was just struck looking back, less about the actual game. The last time that Vanderbilt played Oklahoma in Tempe, Arizona to end the 2008 season, more specifically the changing of the guard, because it was the final game for, I believe, Pedro Alvarez and Ryan Flaherty and Dominic De Los, a list of guys that were so instrumental to this program for years, perhaps reflecting on that moment in time for Vanderbilt baseball that saw such a significant changing of the guard the last time Vanderbilt played Oklahoma.
Yeah, that was 08. I remember that clearly, and that was the last game for Eric Bakich, too, as an assistant. So there was, some turnover because they had some very good players that went out in 08. Pedro was his second pick. But I think the biggest thing, that those players that particular year, and I go back to 7 more than 8, just because those were special players that Vanderbilt was not getting. And really what they did is we created some offensive groundswell in terms of captivating some better offensive players after that time, too. But, there were some not frustrating years, but I guess frustrating years in the standpoint of getting past a regional and getting to a super regional, which was, difficult for us to do. We did it in 04, but I don't even really think we knew what we were doing back then. So not until 10 did get back to a super regional at Florida State, and 11, of course, and that was the first trip. But those classes and that group of players had a lot to do with the players coming after them.
Talk with head coach Tim Corbin as we get set for first pitch, Vanderbilt versus Oklahoma. So let's focus on today. The Sooners are ranked 19th. What's the scout?
Well, I think when you look at Oklahoma's team in general, they can really pitch, and that starts with Skip Johnson. I mean, he's their head coach, but you mentioned going back to 08, but he was with Augie Garrido back then and as an assistant, and he was kind of the pitching guy back then as well. Good recruiter because he worked in Navarro Junior College. But what Skip always does is he gets his guys to execute off the mound, and they certainly have the ability to do this with his pitching staff too. When you look at them offensively, probably a lot like us. They're very, very fast. We're going over their scouting report twice yesterday before we played, before today, and then went over it again today. And the amount of speed that they have up and down the lineup is something we haven't seen. It's probably an unlike SEC team in terms of just flat out speed. Now, that's not to say they don't have strength, because they do have strength, but they certainly can run. They try to put a lot of pressure on you.
Last question I'll leave you with, speaking on the speed and the pressure that they have, just to underscore Colin Barzey and his defense behind home plate. Perhaps we don't talk about it a bunch, the ways that he has grown this season, coming into this season, how he's helped you guys manage teams perhaps like this.
So important, and probably unheralded in a lot of different ways, because it's a kid that didn't have any experience here as a catcher. I look at him as a freshman, Andrew. I do. He's still very young. He's puppy young, but he's done such a good job of just keeping the ball in front of him. He's kind of a quiet presence. He doesn't say a whole lot, but good thrower. We've minimized the running game of teams that we've played against, but I think more than anything, he's just caught the heck out of the baseball, and the pitchers rely on him, and he's steady. Just to sit back there on a weekend and catch Friday, Saturday, and Sunday takes a lot. So there's some durability with him as well. So hopefully he continues growing in that way and getting some big hits like he did last week at Florida on that Saturday. So he's done a great job for us.
Coach, best of luck.
Thanks, Andrew.
We'll step aside. First pitch after this.
Where can you find the Music City's hottest spots under one roof? At the Omni Nashville Hotel. This stunning luxury hotel offers the perfect blend of urban elegance with a vintage touch in the heart of downtown. Discover a variety of culinary delights at the award-winning Bob's Steak and Chop House. Authentic Southern cuisine at Kitchen Notes. Nashville's coolest honky-tonk bar lines. And grab your favorite cup of joe at Bongo Java. Find your inner zen at one of downtown Nashville's only full-service salon and spas, the Mocara Spa. What are you waiting for? Your key to Music City, the Omni Nashville Hotel. Come see us soon.
Picture this, the perfect summer barbecue. No stress, no responsibilities, just all your friends, burgers and hot dogs on the grill, and a delicious, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar in your hand. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Burgers sizzling, hot dogs cooking, Pepsi Zero Sugar fizzing, and a backyard of very, very happy people. Oh yeah, we could get used to this. Very, very used to this. Grilling. Better with Pepsi.
It's the sound of spring.
Swing and a miss, struck him out.
And summer.
The scratch, did they get him? You bet.
It's the sound of a perfect swing.
Back at the fence, and it is gone.
And the crescendo of a crowd.
Deep towards right field, it's got some carry. This one is back, and it is gone. He's going to dive. Did he get it? Superman. You bet. Goodness gracious, what a play. That one is scorched. This one is back. You can watch that one fly, and it's gone. That one is swung on, grounded back up the middle. There's Vastine. He gloves, he throws, got him. What a play. Jonathan Vastine.
This is the sound of Vanderbilt baseball. First pitch is right now. Our coverage of Vanderbilt baseball is brought to you by First Bank, the official bank of Vanderbilt Athletics. Your Mid-South Ford dealers, built Ford tough. Martin and Zerfoss Insurance Agency. Martin and Zerfoss, the no-problem people. And by San Antonio Taco Company, Nashville's best Tex-Mex, made fresh from scratch daily. Now, let's head to the broadcast booth. Here's Andrew Allegretta.
Well, good evening and welcome to L. Dale Mitchell Field. We're live from the campus of Oklahoma University. Andrew Allegretta here in the booth. Gus Whittekamp back inside the network studios. First game ever for Vanderbilt in Norman, and it comes with a top 25 tag. It's the 17th ranked Oars and 19th ranked Sooners. It's time for the starting lineups presented by Martin and Zerfoss. We'll start off with the visitors from Nashville, Tennessee. Vanderbilt at 25-8 so far this season, 7-5 in conference play. Leading things off for Vanderbilt is Jacob Humphrey, right fielder, a 5'10" senior from Standish, Maine. Batting second is Mac Rose, the DH, a 6-foot sophomore from Rockwall, Texas. Batting third is R.J. Austin, center fielder, a 5'11" junior from Atlanta, Georgia. Batting fourth is Riley Nelson, first baseman, a 6'3" junior from Trophy Club, Texas. Batting fifth is Brody Johnston, the third baseman, a 6'2" freshman from Ooltewah, Tennessee. Batting sixth for Vanderbilt is Jonathan Vastine, the shortstop, a 5'11" senior from Bartow, Florida.